Yesterday, Remco roared to win back-to-back. Tadej took second to hold yellow. Lipovic is lost. Breakaway or sprint day, a very warm welcome to stage 17. Vingegaard will be in yellow tonight. Torsten Trade is going to be the yellow jersey. Pogačar, 43 kilometres solo to take the yellow jersey. It's a dominant display by Pogačar. Vingegaard is on the ground. And Remco Evenepoel wins on plateau. The Soleil's on. Stage 16, the individual time trial is underway. Paul Sexas, the crowds over the barriers. Sexas can also produce a storming time trial. Remco Evenepoel, he's going to smash the time. Pogačar finishes second on the day. A fantastic time trial yesterday. Remco Evenepoel, back-to-back victories, but Pogačar is still in yellow. His lead is cut. 4 minutes and 32 seconds to Remco Evenepoel. He's at Del Toro in third, and Sexas is very close in fourth. A very important day for the green jersey today. Mads Pedersen is in green. Here's the situation. Philipsen in second place. Polka dot jersey, Tadej Pogačar. But Valentin Maripant will wear the jersey on the roads to Voiron today. Best young rider, still Isaac Del Toro, but his lead is cut. 20 seconds to Paul Sexas. Let's take a look at today's stage. We're going to ride from Chambéry to Voiron, 174.1 kilometres of racing, taking the riders over 4 climbs after that big loop around Chambéry, and then the run down to Voiron through the intermediate sprint into the race finish. There's the profile. It's a very, very hard start to today's stage. So we look down on Chambéry. Today's stage has 2,200 metres of climbing for the riders to deal with. We're going to get underway shortly. A neutralised section of 8.8 kilometres. Chambéry, 2017, Rigoberto Urán won here in a photo finish. Hosts a stage start for the third time. The last times were in 1996 and 2010. In 2010, the winner in gap after the start was Sergio Paulino, his only stage win. He was the first Portuguese stage winner in more than 20 years. The previous had been Acácio da Silva in Luxembourg in 1989. Chambéry, very linked with cycling. The host of the 1989 Road World Championships winners were Greg LeMond and Jenny Longo. As we look here, Mathieu van der Poel. And the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift stopped in Chambéry in 2025. Maeva Squiban and Cédric Cabal recorded a French 1-2. And the only Tour stage finish in Chambéry happened in 2017, as I just mentioned, where Rigoberto Urán recorded his only, amazingly, stage victory. Baptiste Weisstroffer at the front, most combative rider for 3 stages. Having a conversation with, well, sort of having a conversation with Warren Barguil. I don't think Warren Barguil's really answering. Remco Evenepoel making his way onto the start after yesterday's victory. There he is in the colours of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. A good day for Remco yesterday and on Sunday. The winner of 2 stages here. Chambéry has a population of 63,000 people. It's listed as a city of art and history. This is the Fountain of the Elephants. There is Remco with the gold shades on. Big day ahead. That fountain we just saw a moment ago, historically known as the Colonne de Boyne, was nicknamed the Bottomless Four, erected in 1838. Stands 17.65 meters tall, has 4 cast iron elephants. And we look down into the middle of Chambéry itself as Mads Pedersen arrives. Mads Pedersen in the green jersey, big day ahead for him. The riders rolled into town between 12:10 and 1:10 in the afternoon. It's now 1:16. And Tadej Pogačar has arrived in the yellow jersey. There's Remco Evenepoel, Valentin Parry-Pant alongside him, former teammates. 45 points, Valentin Parry-Pant is on. 3 minutes until we get underway. A very warm welcome to stage 17. We've finished the individual time trial. I'm Anthony McCrossan. Thank you very much for taking your time to join us for today's entire stage. And it's good afternoon to Nicholas Roach.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Anthony. Well, Remco makes it 2 in a row and consolidates his 2nd place overall. Unfortunately, we saw Lipovic crashing out. Sex has confirmed he can TT in the 3rd week of a Grand Tour, and the battle for top 5 is still on. Today, we're in a stage that should be for the breakaway, but do not rule out the sprinters still can control the stage. We've seen Philipsen here win in the past.
Yes, surprisingly, we've been here with the Vuelta. And we've been here with the Dauphiné, now the Tour of Rhône-Alpes. So we've seen Ben Turner win here into Voiron on the Vuelta. What was that, last year? Uphill finish into Voiron. And we saw Wout van Aert win here in 2019 in the Dauphiné, where he beat Jasper Philipsen.
Oh yes, he beat Jasper Philipsen.
Yes.
Sorry, got my notes wrong.
Yeah, so he won. Jasper Philipsen was 2nd. Vuelta finish here. Ben Turner took the win. So it's a place that Philipsen knows.
Yeah, today it's I think a lot of teams are going to assess their strategies after the Col des Prés, which is the most difficult climb at the beginning of the race. I think the start gives the breakaway a real chance. The 2nd part of the race, though, very fast rolling roads. If you're well organized, it's quite easy to chase. The only thing is, if it's a big group, it's going to be very difficult. This morning, mainly a tailwind. Again, we do a bit of a loop, so the wind kind of comes a little bit from the left, a little bit from the right, sometimes head, sometimes, but mainly tailwind, so we're expecting, again, a very fast start.
The flag is ready. In a few moments, the riders will roll out of town to get this stage underway before 3 massive days, which are coming up. Tomorrow to Orsières-Melette. And then after that, we are going to Alpe d'Huez for 2 days. The peloton all lined up now, and they're about to roll out of Chambéry. Stage 17 of the Tour de France is underway. At the head of the peloton, the leaders' jerseys. The yellow jersey of Tadej Pogačar, the stage winner Remco Evenepoel, Valentin Parry-Pant on the right in the polka dots. He's at Del Toro in white, Mads Pedersen in green. And then behind, number of riders. We've got a neutralised section today of 8.8 kilometres. So a long old neutralised. Again, we've had quite a lot. We need to add them all up. It's probably close to half a stage.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's usually, I think we'll be close to 100 kilometers.
Because we had a few days of 12 kilometres.
Yeah.
This one's 8.8, so nearly 9.
And I'll, if the stage quiets down at some point, I'll quickly go and calculate the neutrals. But it's often around that 80 to 100 kilometers.
Yeah, which is another, almost a small stage, isn't it, when you look at it? We've had stages of that length before.
Yes.
Weather conditions yet again here, perfect. The wind, the temperature's calmed down a lot now, hasn't it? It's a lot more palatable.
Yes, it's still around close to 30. It's 28 degrees, but it's nothing like last week where the riders had to face 41 degrees, 42 degrees, even in a stage into Bordeaux.
That cathedral from the 15th century, flamboyant Gothic, built in the 15th century by the Franciscans, became a cathedral in 1779, listed as an historic monument in 1906. Very different to the other day when they didn't want to get out of the sunroof with the pouring rain that was battering down on the backs of the riders. Up to the front on the left, Jasper Stuyven. And there's the memorial in the centre of Chambéry. Baptiste Weisstroffer up at the front. So your friend Jasper Stuyven's at the front. Have you given him a talking to this morning?
I have. Did a bit of coaching this morning.
Did you?
I said, Jasper, I hope you put an X on your road book for today. I just recon the last 90 kilometers of the stage, and I really think you have a chance. I said, yeah, but it depends on the start and the climb. I says, Jasper, I saw you on TV last week. In the March time, on the first passage over the line, you were still in the peloton.
Yes.
Then he just gave me a thumbs up.
Exactly. Sometimes riders need that little extra, don't they? There's the weather, 27 degrees, 40% humidity, 6 km/h winds. But sometimes riders need a bit of outside influence, don't they? Just a little boost.
I mean, we're in a stage of the Tour de France. Everyone has a boost, but I think it's more like a smile. And you can see as a little mental boost. It's kind of thinking, you know, trying to show support, saying that, you know, we're behind you. And I'm pretty sure many other of his friends or family have thought the same thing. The same way as a lot of these riders, a lot of them will have received a text from friends and family this morning saying, this is a good stage for you. That's kind of what you do when you support someone and you're friendly with someone in the peloton. Some of these riders might get 50, 60 texts. They might not have the chance to read them all, depending on how popular they are.
Yes.
But I always think it's nice to send a little message.
We just saw Lennart Van Eetvelt up towards the front. We're hearing that Lennart Van Eetvelt is going to leave Lotto Intermarché, rumoured to be going to NSN. We've also heard that Liam Slock is leaving Lotto Intermarché, as we get confirmation of Florian Lipovitz from yesterday. Liam Slock, the rider who almost won the stage the other day, he's apparently going to Bahrain victorious. Arnaud Delis, who left the Tour de France early, is going to Tudor Pro Cycling, and Jörg Zimmermann to Lidl Trek. So there's a lot of riders who apparently are going to leave Lotto Intermarché and head to other teams. And the rumours are that Mauri van Sevenant, Stan de Wolf and Juan Sebastian Milano are all going to Lotto Intermarché.
A bit of a shuffle.
Sounds like it.
And I heard also this morning, as we started the chat about transfers, that the French rider Madouas should be going to Cofidis.
That's an interesting move, isn't it?
He wasn't quite impressed with not going to the Tour de France.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Or he's not going to the Tour de France and it was signed before, because obviously we only read about it this morning, but it could have been one of the reasons why he's not in the Tour de France team.
Yeah, the team may well have already known about it and decided not to take him. Here's Alex Bourdin. Is it a day for Alex Bourdin today? Can he get himself in the breakaway? He's around home roads all the time right now. Ben O'Connor, number 111 on the left-hand side from Jaco Alula. It used to be, didn't it, that teams had to wait until 1st of August to say that riders are moving. That's not the case anymore.
No, you're allowed to announce it now during the year.
Tom Pidcock said he did his best ever time trial, despite the small amount of time that he spends on his time trial bike. I won't repeat exactly what he said because it's not repeatable, but basically he doesn't spend a lot of time on his time trial bike. I don't think Tom Pidcock spends a lot of time on any one bike anyway. I think he just goes out on whatever bike he feels like on any particular day. Mountain bike one day, cyclocross bike another, road bike another, time trial bike when he feels like it. Doesn't really matter to him, does it? A little bit like Mathieu van der Poel. Josh Tarling on the left-hand side. He said that he spent most of this Tour de France healing after his collarbone break, which was right before the Tour started. Neilands, the Latvian, alongside Tom Skoins. Is it a choice that Lidl Trek don't put the nation wins on the sleeves?
It happens. Some teams don't do it. Not every team's. I remember, for example, when I was with Saxo Bank, we didn't have the stripes on the jerseys. We actually had Contador stripes on the jerseys, the 3 Grand Tour logo on the sleeves, but the national champions were not put on the jerseys.
So they don't have to.
No, there's no obligation of putting the world championship. The national championships.
Is there an obligation about the world champs and European champs?
I don't think there's any obligation at all.
Right.
But I know even when we went with Sunweb did not put my national champs on the jersey either. But I do think they put Dumoulin's world champion ones on the skin suit.
Right.
So world champs for Dumoulin, yes. Irish champs for Nico, no. Put it that way.
But I would imagine, though, for the clothing manufacturers, it's another load of jerseys that are a bit different.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends, again, contracts, manufacturers or whatever, because some teams have your name printed in, some others not. It's not because you're privileged one time that it's always the same.
What's your stance on having names on the back of jerseys?
I like it. I think that's one way that we should be looking at. And I remember when we were with Team Sky, we had them on the sleeves.
Oops.
Del Toro.
And with Del Toro's bike.
When we, as he's got his team car passing by, but seems to be all okay.
Del Toro underway. Yeah, Team Sky had the names of the riders on the jerseys, which I thought was a nice touch.
Yeah, on the sleeve, it was really, really cool. And very popular with the grand public.
Yes.
I think one team had it in the back of the neck one year. I think it might have been Radio Shack or Astana.
Yes. Let's take a look at the stage analysis.
Stage 17 of the Tour de France from Chambéry to Voiron, 175 kilometers. It's the last chance for a potential sprint finish before Paris. The stage kicks off with a 60-kilometer loop around Chambéry, packed with all the climbs, so expect a fast move to form a breakaway. There are no major mountain passes, just Category 3 and 4 climbs. The sprinters' teams might still control the race for a sprint finish, but it's not a given. The final week of the Tour is always tricky, and a large breakaway can easily form right from the start. The stage could end in a sprint, unless a determined breakaway snatches the glory.
4.4 kilometres to go. What do you think about today's stage?
Well, interestingly enough, in the analysis, he kind of tends to go more towards the sprint than the breakaway. I do think it's a 50-50. They've studied it well. It will depend on how the start unfolds, how the breakaway goes on these climbs. We've seen many times how, with all the riders chasing each other down, with all the teams wanting to have a certain amount of riders in the front group, they kind of cancel each other out. And if this goes a long time and they actually go on top of the last climb and the race is still on, well, then it's going to be a bunch sprint. So it will all depend on these first 45 kilometers.
Sounds to me like it's going to be quite an attacking start then.
100% going to be
Yeah.
the road is meant for attacking. The climbs are difficult, or not too difficult, excuse me, but the one after the other, which is going to make it difficult. But was it four climbs in the first 50 kilometers? So it's definitely not easy. But the climbs the gradient is between 5 and 7%. So we're not talking about big alpine climbs. They're still big ring climbs, and a lot of riders can power themselves up. Most climbs are between 2 kilometers to 4 kilometers, apart from the Col des Prés, which is the I want to say the most difficult one. But the Col des Prés is more famous for doing it the other side. The side we're doing this year is 3.5 kilometers at 6.5%, which is not that easy, but it's only 3.5. When you do it from the other side, which is going to be the descent, it's almost 9 kilometers at more or less the same gradient, and that's the usual Col des Prés side that we do in the Dauphiné or in the Tour some years.
Okay. We've got a little bit of flat road when we roll out, but not very much.
Yeah, we're quickly going to be at the bottom of the first climb. The bottom of the first climb is going to be at kilometer 12. Although the KOM is only 1.5 kilometer at 5.5%, and that's going to be after 20 kilometers. But the road will start going up after kilometer 12. So 12 kilometers, big wide road, kind of flat. We are in a very urban area and slow traffic area, so there's going to be a lot of road furniture. Once we get out of Chambéry, things are going to get a bit easier, but be careful at the start. You have to be quite focused.
Ben Healy, nearly 3 hours down in this race now. Needs to get himself in the breakaway today if he wants to win this stage. 2.6 kilometres of neutralised section to go. Everybody just lined up. You can tell there's a bit of urgency with the way that the teams are round that car. This is the circular building as we make our way out. Almost there then. Let's take a look at the team of yesterday. Team of yesterday was UAE. There they are, UAE Team Emirates. XRG were the team. They are nearly the best team. They are just behind Lidl Trek now. We just went past the railway rotunda, which was built in the 20th century, and we're now going past this castle of the Dukes of Savoy. The castle was founded in the 11th century, belonged to the Lords of Chambéry.
Don't tell me you forgot to do
I
that.
didn't do my fancy team this morning.
I'm on it now, but it's just the internet connection is not working. I did update it though, just in time.
Who's going to win today's stage? I need to change it very, very fast.
It's one thing having my prediction about how I think the stage is going to fold. It's another choosing a rider from my team. It's very, very different.
It is, isn't it?
You still have a couple of kilometers to
Have I got still 2K to go?
2K to go, and if at home you haven't done it, you can just go like Anthony, back online, update your team.
I plan to I plan to update my team.
Yeah, so we can confirm from Maurizio when you drop onto the lake at kilometre 4, it's just one side of the road, so it's quite narrow, just one lane.
So there's a little bit of narrow roads coming up. We are nearly at kilometre 0. It won't let me update my rider. I'm so disappointed. There we go. Never mind. We'll do it tonight and we will start winning for the end of the week.
I mean, to be 80,000 or 81,000 is not going to make much of a difference to our...
Do you not think we can make up some places?
No.
No. It's just a lost cause.
I mean, in our meetings, I've called out, I think, 8 wins correctly, but
Yes.
on fantasy game, it's just not working for me.
This is the Notre Dame Church, a Baroque church built by the Jesuit fathers who had settled in Chambéry in the early 17th century at the instigation of the Duke of Savoy. Very impressive facade. We're ready for the start.
De cette 17e étape de la 113e édition du Tour de France, étape entre Chambéry et Voiron. 174,7 km à parcourir aujourd'hui, 174,7 km, 164 coureurs au départ. The official start of the day says at 1:36. 1:36 says 17 of the Tour de France between Chambéry and Voiron, 174.7 kilometers of racing today, and 164 riders at the start.
Voice of Sepp Piquet, voice of Radio Tour, first attacker of the day, no surprises. Baptiste Weisstroffer on his wheel. Jonas Abrahamsen, 2 really strong riders going clear off the front of the race now to try and stretch things out. These 2 riders are super strong in a breakaway.
Yes, very strong riders. A lot of riders from EF Education Easy Post at the front. And again, a bit of a moment of a stall there. Trying to control. There's Tudor going through the middle.
More attacks. Big attack of Tudor Pro Cycling. Looks to me like Marco Haller from the helicopter shot. Also up towards the front might be the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rider who has just got on the move, and that would be Nico Denz. So Abrahamsen with Baptiste Weisstroffer. 2 leaders, 8 seconds. You can't fault Weisstroffer for trying in this Tour de France. He's tried on so many occasions. And he's still got good legs, even at this time in the race.
Yeah, there's the reaction of EF. Again, they will probably not want to let that breakaway go without them.
Well, we saw them the other day miss the breakaway, and then they
a
had
bit
to
of
really
carnage in that roundabout.
It is, isn't it? Riders taking right and left and trying to work out at the last minute which side to take.
Nice little shot. It's like playing Snake, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
There you get the real effect of the elastic. And
That's incredible, that shot.
This is why in the front is a lot easier to ride. You don't get that snap. And it's funny, it really is like the old phone game Snake. There's a moment where in the back you just get that really sharp acceleration and almost sprinting. Where in the front it's, I won't say control because it's flat out at the moment.
Is there a modern version of Snake?
I have no idea. Today.
Coming up, just gone over 2,500 kilometres of the 3,321.2 kilometres we have to do in this year's race. We don't have long to go now. What's that, 820k left in this Tour de France. Weisstroffer and Abrahamsen. Weisstroffer, 3 times the most combative rider. Abrahamsen, winner last year of a stage. Just to confirm then that Florian Lipovic broke his collarbone yesterday. It looked like the crash was a lot worse than a broken collarbone. So I'm very pleased actually that that's all that happened. But a big loss for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe.
Yes, totally. I also agree with you. At some point, I did think maybe the whole shoulder was going to be broken. He did bang that right shoulder so hard against the footpath. But again, like as you mentioned, the collarbone is probably the easier one to recover from. But yes, indeed, it's going to be a big loss for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, especially that Remco is going so well in this final week.
Yes.
Le Lac du Bourget.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
I'm going to see a few lakes today, actually.
Well, we're heading up past Aix-les-Bains and places like that, aren't we? Which are absolutely beautiful areas. Beautiful clear water of the lake. Largest natural lake in France, 18 kilometers long. Surrounded by the Massif, the Mont du Chat, the La Botte, the Mont Revard and Les Bauges. Well known for its water sports.
And we spoke earlier on about Le Mont du Chat. That was the time Uran won.
Oh yes, we did. I can't believe he only won one stage.
Yeah, he was more focused on the Giro, wasn't he?
Yes.
Than on the Tour. And that day, unfortunately, was a day that I saw my team leader go off into the ditch and really created some damage. Richie Porte bending on the descent, causing a big crash.
Yeah, that was a terrible crash that day. Well, the riders are full on right now.
Yep.
You can tell it's windy from the guys who are kite surfing on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the wind it's not crazy. It's around 20, 25, so the riders will feel it. It shouldn't have too much of an impact on the race, although at around 20 kilometers to go, you will go through quite an open space, and the wind will be, I want to say, uncomfortable. It's not strong enough to break the race, but when you're coming into the finish, especially if it's going to be a scenario where, for example, teams are riding for the sprint and it's all strung out, it might create extra stress. But I don't think it's going to be a big problem that we're saying, oh, today is going to be crosswinds. No, the wind is coming from the side, but it's not going to create too many splits, or any splits, I would say. 16 seconds. A couple of riders still going on the attack.
Yeah, two more riders trying to go away.
And the F Education Easy Post.
I think it's still Marco Haller with one rider, and I would imagine, looking at his style from the helicopter, Steinhauser potentially. But we'll have a look when we get down there as to exactly who it is.
Garajural on the attack.
Real heat haze through the camera, these two riders doing their best to try and grow this lead and encourage other riders to come across to them. 17 seconds to the peloton itself. That's a great way to watch the Tour, isn't it? At the back of the peloton, Hubarts had a good time trial yesterday. Another nice way to watch the Tour from your boat. If we don't see riders get into the breakaway right now, once we get onto the first climb, we might see a kind of second phase of attacks.
Yes, I think this is why the riders are still being quite conservative. I think at the moment they're like, okay, I don't want to lose all my energy now, because I think it's going to go flat out on the climbs. So I think this is why we're not seeing really a very aggressive start. We've seen a couple of riders, but there's a lot of riders still in the front of the peloton, I think, holding back until we hit the first kind of drag at kilometer 12. So coming in pretty shortly now.
167k to go, and we are coming up to the first climb in about 7 kilometers now. Abrahamsen with his familiar style, keeping the tempo as high as possible. Now, what sort of rider is going to win today's stage? Is it going to be a style of rider like an Abrahamsen, or is it going to be someone else? There's all sorts of discussions going on around this stage finish today as to who might win the stage, and there's all sorts of different names being thrown about. One of the names is Mathieu van der Poel. Many people are mentioning him as a possible winner of today's stage, based on the terrain and how hard it is at the beginning, and based on what comes up later on. Let's hear from Mathieu van der Poel.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very hard start, but then, yeah, it's nice actually. There's a lot of scenarios that can happen today. Maybe even a controlled race with a sprint in the end. That depends. So we will see how it goes.
And you have all the cards. You have yourself, and you have Jasper in case of a bunch sprint.
Yeah, that's how we are going to try and go for the best possible result today. I think, like I said, there's many things that can happen, so we need to see how it goes and communicate, and then see how we have the best chance to try and win the stage.
Will you be focused on a man in green today?
Not only me. I think a lot of people will be. I think for them it's important to get the points at the intermediate sprint and maybe make sure the other sprinters don't get any. Then the green jersey is almost secured, I would say, for Paris. So it's going to be a fast start.
Two more riders trying to come across. Mathieu van der Poel, then quite clear about his Kasper Asgreen, who's with Haller. Quite clear about how important today is for the green jersey, Nico, because Philipsen's been chipping away. 5 points a day, 5 points a day. Today could be win or lose.
Yes, totally agree. Depending on how, more than the actual intermediate sprint, but how the finish is, there are some points today. And I need to quickly double check if it's 50 or 30 actually, but I think it's 30. But potentially there's a lot of points. I mean, into the finish, I do think that Pedersen would score points if they all arrive together. But it's in the intermediate sprint that needs to be quite controlled as well. Big split in the peloton now coming into this roundabout.
There is. Pedersen has said overnight in an interview that he had this marked as a stage that he wanted to win.
Yes, now we have to think about how.
Yes.
Was it with the bunch sprint, with his teammates kind of, I want to say, lighting it up in the final today? Oh, bike facing
there.
the wrong way. Is that a crash or?
One rider from XDS Astana.
Multiple splits in the peloton. Big group there, about 25. Yeah, crash. Crash for Ballerini. So I've just had confirmation. It's 50 points today, so yeah.
50 points on today's stage. Ballerini just trying to get himself sorted out and back up and running. There he is. Ballerini gets going again. We didn't see what happened there, but had a crash. Here we go, Nico.
Where is he? Oh, there it is, right in the middle of the roundabout.
Yes.
Yeah, front wheel slipped.
We've seen those front wheel slips now 3 times in the last 3 days.
Well, there's a moment where you have bigger braking power, you have shorter cranks, you have bigger tires, people go faster around the corners, and there's a moment where you just cannot have enough grip. With the 165 cranks, you see the riders pedaling through every single corner.
Yep.
With the disc brakes, they can hit the brakes at the last minute and have the same power as braking. They don't need to anticipate anything. With 28 tires, they think they're in a very safe zone, so they can actually go even faster again in the corners. But unfortunately, there's a moment where you just have to think a little bit and anticipate and slow down slightly. It's not because you've got bigger tires and you can pedal through the corners that it works every single corner. But it's funny because especially on the hairpins now, there's a moment where like, oh, he's going to touch the pedal, but then it's like, oh no, he's got 165, he's never going to touch the pedal, and they can pedal through the corners. But they do carry some amount of speed, and we often talk about how quickly the times have progressed in the climbs. I often said, well, you should look at the descents, because the speed of the peloton on the descents, between all the aerodynamics that are in play and how riders are taking more and more risk on the descent because they feel safer and the bikes go quicker, it's insane. I wasn't surprised at all that Tadej Pogačar had taken the KOM on the descent of the Tourmalet, because again, between the technology and the fact that they can take more risk with those bigger tires and stronger brakes.
What is the thinking to the 165 cranks? Is it so they can pedal through the corners, it's more efficient, or is it something else?
No, there's a whole bunch of reasons. They talk about the efficiency, they talk about that cue point, that takes away some of the torque.
Yes.
Initially, I remember when it started, I want to say in the early 2010s, it was more if you had any archery issues or hip issues, it would kind of help because it was less hip movement. So it was mainly riders who were injured that would kind of go to 165s. I think Bradley Wiggins was kind of the first one with, I want to say, long legs, who was riding with 170s.
Yes.
I have to say, at the time, I had tried it, and I felt that when I was training, I was flying, and in the race, I just couldn't transform it. And I've never given it a try. I think next year, I want to try, I won't go down to 165, but I want to try the 170. So I'm on the usual classic 172.5, but I'm curious to try and understand more and talk better about it. I want to try it myself, which I haven't done yet. There's another attack, NSN, I think, PostNL. I have one rider, is it? No, it's Soudal. So PostNL hasn't scored one single result in this Tour de France so far, and haven't even made a penny in the...
Still not?
In the prize, no. There was something that came out a couple of days ago actually saying that it's been one of the rare teams that haven't even got one.
It's a big surprise, isn't it, that they have not got anything out of this race. Bearing in mind, last year they had Onley in 4th place. The loss of Onley has really devastated that team.
Yeah, but I mean, that was last year. They had the whole winter to find other riders to replace and prepare to a team with a different focus.
It was incredible, because that team has always been an attacking team, and they've always pulled something out of the bag.
I mean, it's still 3 days to go, 4 stages to go, so it's not... Their Tour de France is not over. All they need is one win, and the next thing is like, wow, it's the best Tour de France ever.
Yes, exactly.
That's literally how it is. You can go from having the worst Tour de France. Literally, today they win the stage, and they've had a successful Tour de France.
Yeah, exactly. It is a very important day today for these teams, because we go into the high mountains after this to Orsia Mallet, to Alpe d'Huez twice, and then to Paris. And we know what's going to happen when we get in the mountains, potentially. So there's got to be an opportunity today to get in the breakaway and try and win the stage. Ben Healy goes off the front now, drags Julian Alaphilippe, Marco Frigo with him. Let's hear now from Michael Matthews.
Yeah, I think on paper it looks really good. Unfortunately, most of the peloton is really excited for today. But no, I think the way my shape is going, the way the team is on a roll at the moment, I think we have really good momentum. So hopefully today's the day.
What would be the ideal scenario for you today?
Hopefully get into a break with a teammate or two to try and ride our race like we did when Mauro won. It takes a team to win here in the Tour de France. So hopefully, yeah, we can have multiple guys in the break and then start to play from there.
Michael Matthews, one of the names mentioned for today, but as we watch this 4-rider breakaway trying to go across to the leaders, Mads Pedersen has just attacked in the green jersey from the front of the race. Weisstroffer can't go with the acceleration of Jonas Abrahamsson, so Weisstroffer's time in the lead is over, and He is going to go back to the peloton. Abrahamsen continues now with this attack. We're only 1.6 kilometres from the base of the first climb of today's stage.
And the top of the first climb will be at 1:55 to go. Beautiful castle.
That's really nice, isn't it? On your shopping list?
The whole lake.
The lake, okay. Built from the 12th century, that incredible abbey on the western shore of the lake. Houses the tombs of the illustrious Counts of Savoy, the last kings and queens of Italy. Around 30 princes and princesses are buried there as well. An active abbey founded in 1125 by Amadeus of Lausanne and subsequently built by the Cistercian monks. It's remained in continuous operation at this site to the present day, living in silence, prayer and work. The only interruption to it was during the French Revolution. Beautiful place, Hautecombe Abbey. Engelhardt at the front, Ben Healy, Jonas Abrahamsen coming across, Tom Scoynes, Julian Alaphilippe, Kevin Vauquelin.
Good breakaway. It's not going to be over. I think Frigo is in that chasing group.
Definitely Frigo. Is it Tarling who's coming across as well?
Yeah, I think it's Darling. Looks like Darling. Is that Vercher? Yes, it is. The blue shoes. Only blue shoes in the peloton. Easy to spot.
He's got the Smurfs on the shoes.
One more rider from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe coming behind. That looks like Traknik, maybe? No.
No, Nico Denz. Nico Denz.
Yes, Nico Denz, totally.
He comes across.
Yeah.
So Frigo on the back, Nico Denz, one rider from Carriral. Looks like he's been dropped. He's just blown up completely. So it's a good little breakaway starting to form as we head towards the climb. We are almost on it.
Vermeersch.
Coming back after his puncture. Florian Vermeersch. There he is, spinning his way back into the group. Abrahamsen flicks the elbow, and now, like we've seen so many times, no one works.
And the peloton coming back quickly. It's going to be all together. Another attack by Vauquelin.
Isn't it amazing how these brakes are not working? Kevin Vauquelin makes his move now off the front for Netcompany Ineos. I was just thinking this morning how little this team has done in this race. It's incredible. Yeah, they've been on the attack a lot, but they've actually got no results.
No results, no.
For a team with that size, it's, I mean, I know they're rebuilding and they've got a plan to rebuild, but you would expect they would have got something.
Something.
Here's team radio.
On it, boys, we believe in it today. Some guys had an easier day yesterday, thinking about today. We're all in, mate. We're all in today, guys.
They have to be all in.
.5 to the top, 1.5 kilometer, 5.5%. La Côte de Bassa. And it's not going to go down after we get to the top. There's still another 3 kilometers of climbing. They will have a bit of recovery, 2 kilometers. And then straight after that, they have another 2 kilometers at 6%, which is going to be the second category climb, fourth category climb. And that will be at 139. And then from there onwards, they have a long climb, 2 in 1 actually. The first one is not going to be categorized, but the second one is the Col des Prés. But there's about 9 kilometer climb at around 5%, although the KOM is only 3.3%.
But these climbs literally come back to back to back, don't they?
Well, actually, if you look at the profile, and you could probably take 2 of the KOMs and just put one at the top and put it a second category climb.
Yeah. Give more points.
If you look at how the stage is done, it looks from the graph that it's just one big mountain, but it's actually 4 little climbs, one on the back of the other. You go Ben Healy, very, again, with the head going a little bit slightly to the left.
Yep.
The spot.
Parry Pant in the polka dots. He moves up as well. He wants to
Pedersen
get
trying
involved.
to move again as well, just there on the right with his yellow helmet. Big effort there going. There's Parry Pant.
Big attack from the polka dots.
And the green jersey.
Pedersen trying to follow.
And that's probably Tejada on the wheel. Looks a little bit like Tejada.
Trying to follow the climber. Pedersen doing well to be able to jump away like that. A long line of riders on the front of the group. Falkland is the leader. Only 600 meters to go to the top. Checks over his shoulder. Parry Pant. Behind him is Pedersen. Then it is Tejada. Behind Tejada's Tiberi in the blue. Behind Tiberi.
Didson is there as well.
Clement Brasso-Fonso in the red and blue of Groupama, FDJ United, George Bennett, Julian Alaphilippe, Ben O'Connor.
Baudin, Vacek.
Yeah, Vacek's going well, isn't he? Still up at the front.
I'm starting to see the strong power horses of this Tour de France. All right, Pedersen goes again. Tiberi on the wheel.
Pedersen
Bennett.
just trying to break this up a little bit if he can, try and get this group going. Parry Pant jumps onto the wheel. Now we're about the King of the Mountains. There's only 1 point on offer at the top of this climb, but Valentin Parry Pant could do with it. As Nico said yesterday, it's going to be very, very difficult to secure the polka dots ahead of Tadej Pogačar. Top of the Côte de Bassa. First climb of the day, Parry Pant takes 1 point.
And Pedersen tries to accelerate, try to motivate the riders to go. Wow, just Bennett there was wondering if he was going to go, gives him a tap saying sorry. He's probably actually just telling him that he's going to chase him down, most likely. Alaphilippe.
Big move of Julian Alaphilippe. Active at the beginning of the stages. So far, they've come to nothing. Pogačar quite happy to be near the front of this race.
He's got Remco close enough to him. Alaphilippe. Quinn Simmons is ready to go on the left. There he goes. Big attack from Quinn Simmons. Tejada on the wheel.
Oh, look at that for an attack. Simmons goes past Alaphilippe like he's standing still.
O'Connor is trying to bridge across. There he is. Fred White looking to go. Is he going to go?
George Bennett.
Not. He's on the wheel of Derek G. West. He's doing the tempo to let the wheel go there for his teammate. 3 riders. Any reaction? Maybe Movistar coming on the right. Looks like he's about to go. Yes, Movistar acceleration.
Here come 2 more riders trying to get across to the leaders.
And again.
This is Weistroffer. This could be a bad day for Weistroffer. He may well find out what happens in the 3rd week of the Tour de France today, unfortunately, because he's out the back. This is not good news for Lotto Intermarché and Weistroffer, being dropped at 155k after being on the attack right at the start. Sometimes the Tour will teach you a lesson. I feel for this rider today. I think this might be a day of discovery.
Totally. Unfortunately, the Tour always puts you back in your place sometimes when you try and disrupt a script that reminds you that there's a reason why there is a script. But again, who cares if he's going to get dropped today? He spent 3 days on the podium with the Combativity Prize, and that no one will ever take it from him. The only thing is he needs to get to Voiron, and it's a long way to go on your own.
It is. It's a huge way to go on your own. Costu goes on the attack behind
Did a good time trial yesterday, Costu.
Very, very good. Costu's looking strong in this race as we get towards the end of the 3 weeks. Trying to come across Alex Kirsch. And it's quite stretched yet again. Yeah, Costu was 19th yesterday, 2 minutes and 49 seconds down on Remco. That's a very, very good time trial.
That's a good time trial.
Another counter-attack as Kirsch tries to ride a... Is it Kirsch?
Yes, it was Kirsch, yeah, definitely. There's Bol.
Case Bol feeling it.
He's just gone to the car, maybe.
They're staying in our hotel tonight that we stayed in last night. I hope Paul Sextus doesn't get the room I had. Number 46 on the back. Hanging on, trying to just stay in the wheels is Steinhauser.
In a while, we'll go through the town of Coucy.
That's a nice little bit of land art from the fire operators, with the hoses making up the bike and their training cones making up the wheels. Cees Bol doesn't want to go out the back at this time.
Cees Bol, who had his fan club yesterday on the side of the road, on top of the climb. There's more attack.
Asparen, Arensman, Costu.
Vanderbroek.
Is that Robbie Dont? I think is on the front. Quinn Simmons going to close it down.
Alain Philippe, quite active Alain Philippe today.
He is, isn't he?
Oliveira from Movistar. Okay, is Quinn Simmons going to go again? He looks behind.
Turgis coming across. We'll go out to the Château de Coucy. This little town has a population of 1,270 people. This little castle was built in the 13th and 14th centuries. It was also known as Château de Flatière. This building was the seat of the Seigneury of Coucy, strategically positioned on the heights to watch over the routes between the Albanese region and the Bourges Massif. It belonged to prominent Savoy noble families, notably the Genève and the Beaufort families. This is Matthias Vasek, who is moving for Lidl Trek. Now the counter-attack from EF Education Easy Post. Vasek's been very active in this race.
So on this similar road until kilometer 145. Now we start making our way towards the next 4th category climb. But as you can see, there's nothing really big mountains. It's just up and down.
This region's pretty stunning, isn't it?
It's pretty, very, very pretty. We enjoyed our ride this morning. Actually, Louise found us a route to cut across from here to that 90 kilometer to go, more or less, and went over this beautiful little climb, all in the forest. It was very pretty.
That sounds like a good early morning ride.
It was a bit early.
What time did you go out this morning?
We left at 7.
Did you? That's not bad.
No, it's not so bad. It's just getting up early at 6.
Yeah. So it's Vatek in the colours of the Czech champion at the head of the race. One rider just trying to pedal across to him from EF. Looks like other riders trying to see whether they can squeeze a little breakaway off the front. It's a little like Bourdin trying to, or Max Walker's coming across. Vatek going strongly at the moment as he pedals his way up this rise. 8 seconds.
Is that Arensman?
Yep, Arensman's trying to close the gap with a group of riders on the wheel. We're heading towards Gruffy, this incredible bridge.
Bridge of the Abyss.
It is. So that bridge over the gorge. Constructed between 1887. Oh, and there's a crash. A load of riders have hit the deck. Let's just check who is hit. Pitcock is down. for sure. Pidcock, Lenny Martinez, I think.
Yeah, looks like
Fred Wright.
Martinez.
Fred Wright is down as well.
So there's a Hirschi, Stannard, Wright, Delettre, Para,
Pidcock up and
Pidcock.
running already.
and Martinez on the wheel.
Who's that down at the right-hand side?
Is that one Wilder with the bottle on the right? Fred Wright holding his shoulder.
Fred Wright's landed in the mud, I think, there with that crash.
No, that's not one Wilder.
Hopefully he can get himself going pretty quickly. So this is the group. Lenny Martinez was one of them. Dillier was also down. Highest place rider, 7th overall in this tour. And Lenny Martinez has had a little bit of a fall. We didn't see what happened at all. Also Dylan van Baarle was down. Also down was Jefferson Cepeda. Fred Wright back up and riding now.
His knee looks like it took a big bang as well.
Yeah. Trying to get himself going now. Fred Wright. Just checking his head unit, making sure that's okay. We've got the white stuff on the roads again on today's stage.
Yeah, I don't think that caused a crash though.
Alex Sanz Vega is the sports director in the car. He's been a sports director for a long time, hasn't he? Let's take a look here.
No.
This is them just coming back. Lenny Martinez just crossing himself.
Well, the pace is on in the peloton. One long line.
Fast. How quick that is. The Towers of Saint-Jacques. As we head towards this next climb. They're also called the Fairy Chimneys. Monolithic towers overlooking the village of Alève, which has a population of 400 people. The place name is thought to have derived from the chapel of a former priory. Legend is that an eagle snatched a lamb from the village to devour it. As the lamb was too heavy, the eagle eventually set it down on one of the towers. Several years later, a mountaineer found a ram sitting in a lush green setting on the top of one of the towers. There you go, nice little story for you on an afternoon in France. So a little bit of calming down. Pidcock's group is 38 seconds behind.
Izagirre, I think.
Yes, you're right. With the yellow sleeves on as he goes through to the front. Ever present, Ben O'Connor. Egan Bernal also in the colours of the Colombian champion at the head of the race.
It's another 3 kilometers, just kind of fast rolling down road, and then they start slightly dragging up and start this 4th category climb. The top of the 4th category climb is at 139 at 7 kilometers.
The rider on the back is Damien Howson, riding his last Tour de France. Him and Luke Durbridge yesterday were sharing stories. They've ridden plenty between them, coming to the end of their careers. "19 seconds now. We're heading towards the Côte de Roussillon. And these 3 riders have just sneaked off the front. Jonas Aguirre sitting in the middle. Let's see whether they can build some sort of advantage or whether we need to see even more attacks on these climbs.
I think it's Alain Philippe who's in the chase, trying to bridge across. But again, the reaction from the peloton, they're not letting this break go.
Max Walker's been active in the last week of racing. He's tried to get himself in some breakaways. Comes from the Isle of Man, doesn't he, Max Walker?
Yes. I happily worked with him when I was with Trinity.
Used to rush home as a kid from school and watch
Mark
the
Cavendish.
Tour de France on television, particularly Mark Cavendish and Pete Kenyon. You're going with the gels early.
Neat enough.
Straight in with the gels. Very early part of the stage, 2:15. Lenny Martinez comes back. Sylvain Dillier with him, Tom Pidcock with him. Also towards the front, Abrahamsen, towards the front of that little section of the peloton, Abrahamsen. But Lenny Martinez spinning along now at the back of the group, Pidcock moving up on the right-hand side. In terms of the overall situation, Martinez is now 7th overall in the Tour. Pidcock is 8th overall in the Tour, and only 8 seconds separate the two of them. Whilst we've got just a couple of moments, as these 3 riders go off the front, Tejada, who's finished 2nd on the stage, Ion Izagirre and Max Walker. Let's just quickly run through the fines of yesterday. Now, normally on a day of time trials, we get no fines, but yesterday was an exception. So here we go. Breach of regulations or guidelines concerning vehicle movements during the race. 500 Swiss francs and a yellow card and an exclusion from the race. Press chauffeur Eric Iono. So the press no longer have a chauffeur looking after them and driving them between the stages. He was taken out of the race. Also, another press chauffeur, Pierre Leaboeuf, was fined 500 Swiss francs and a yellow card for the same infraction. Stephen de Jong was fined 200 Swiss francs.
Yeah, so the journalists were not behaving yesterday. Still the attacks going. Sorry, you were still going with the fines.
Yeah, I was going. Stephen de Jong. 2,000 Swiss franc fine.
Well,
For a breach of regulations or guidelines concerning vehicle movements during the race. Also, member of team staff of Picnic Post NL, Hans Baltus, fined 500 Swiss francs. And also, there were so many fines yesterday, it's incredible. We'll go through the fines in a second. As we see the breakaway going clear. Let's hear now from Jasper Stuyven.
I think most of the bunches, so yeah, I'm one of them, and I think it will be a hard fight today.
Ideal scenario?
Crossing the line first.
Ideal scenario before that?
Yeah, well, getting in the right breakaway with hopefully more than one of the team, and then yeah, that it just comes our way. I think that's the ideal scenario.
But it's going to be one hell of a battle in the first 50 Ks.
Yeah, I think we have quite some uphill sections. We have some technical sections, roundabouts, traffic islands. So it will stretch out the peloton, and it's hard to say where it possibly could go.
Your experience is crucial today.
But also the legs are in the third week, so I hope both are spot on today.
Jasper Stuyven, we talked about him a little while ago. He has got a chance today.
he has got a chance, but he's totally right. Yeah, experience is great, but in the third week, the legs are better.
They tell you whether or not you can go.
You can, yeah. It's one thing knowing where it's going to go, and it's another thing being able to bridge across when the break is on the edge of going. And we saw a quick bike change for Voisin, sorry, from Tudor.
We've still got more finds of yesterday. What a day for the jury yesterday. That's a lot. They've taken 2.5, 3, 3,500, then another one here, which is 4,000. 4,000 Swiss francs in fines.
Could have had a
4.5 actually. That's not bad, is it?
Not bad, no.
Little day's work. Bicycle and equipment not presented for checking at least 10 minutes before a rider or a team start in an individual time trial. Nikola Vinokurov was fined 500 Swiss francs. Dmitry Fofanov was fined 500 Swiss francs. So 4,500 Swiss francs, and the first exclusion I've seen in the Tour for a long time. Look at this for a crowd. Bikes, 13 bikes were controlled. All bikes were complying with the regulations. Onto the climb. 1.6 kilometres uphill. This is the group of riders trying to come across. Ben Healy, Walker. This is the front group of riders now. Ben Healy, Max Walker, Tejada, Izagirre and Turgis. They make their way up the climb. They're making short work of these climbs today. Feeding today will be open from kilometre 10 and then 10 kilometres from the finish, and the use of musettes in bottle zones remains in place for stage 17.
1.3 kilometers left, and this climb is very steady, around 5.5%. And after this climb, well, we're not going down. We're still going all the way up to the top of the Col des Prés. That'll be at kilometer 125. So it's almost 15 kilometers in total. These two climbs kind of put together. Turgis swings out of the line. I think Ben Healy is just pressing on a little bit too much for his companions in the breakaway. Yes, he looks behind. It's a long way to go alone. Waits for Tejada to go back to the wheel. Walker's there. Turgis goes onto the back. Not really his terrain, Turgis. Kind of more classic rider, good in the sprints. And here's a reaction from the peloton. Riders from Lotto, I would think so, with the blue helmets. Yes, it is Lotto.
They really are shifting their way in the early stages of this stage. We expected it to be a fast start, but they really are pretty flat out. Ben Healy trying to drag this group of riders away. Tejada on the wheel. Max Walker. Turgis on the back. Jon Izagirre. Soigneur's at the side of the road in the early stages of the stage, just handing out the bottles. Healy's been trying, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been, was it the third or fourth breakaway now?
Yeah.
An attack from that company.
They can't miss out today.
No. No, they have to be in that breakaway. And it's Vauquelin.
Vauquelin comes across.
And Pedersen
has just fired himself out of the group of riders. Pedersen in the green jersey trying to get across. Population of 800 people in that little village of Les Charaines. We go past the Pissio waterfall. Spectacular area. Principle of the Vaucluse Spring.
And he goes again. Ben Healy. Vauquelin straight away reacts.
Look at Alps in Premier Tech, tracking everything that Mads Pedersen does right now. Also up towards the front, Tish Benoot. Yeah. Benoot tries to go for decathlon.
See the polka dot there, jersey of Daly Pants trying to bridge across.
Another big counter-attack.
Pedersen got rid of his markman. Speaking in the radio, I can't go, and Carapaz moves as well. There he is, big move from Carapaz.
Oh, look at the attack, launches right-hand side. Richard Carapaz over the top of the climb. Richard Carapaz takes the points and goes clear as he checks over his shoulder. That's the difference between a climber of the stature of Carapaz and the sort of attack he can put in.
Yes, unfortunately, he's looking back because alone it's a long way to go. Yes, he's smart. He's kind of pace himself. Pedersen still insists. He's got everyone on the wheel, though. Tish Benoot is on the wheel. Neil Pollitt's up the front as well, with a big stature. Castrillo from Movistar. Did a really good time trial by Castrillo yesterday. And Pedersen, still pushing on Pedersen. Jorgensen in that line as well. All together, though.
Les Charaines. the big lake at the top. As you said, we're going to see a lot of different lakes during today's stage. They're beautiful colours, aren't they? You've got the dark blue in the background and the glacial blue in the foreground. It's quite special up here. Pedersen still on the front.
And Carapaz back into peloton. There's another acceleration now from the rider from Cofidis. Yeah, a lot of talking on the radios there by the riders, trying to give as much information to the sports directors or to the other riders. Pedersen goes again. Straight away, Tiesj Benoot. He's saying, no, you're going nowhere. Pedersen's not happy with that.
Pedersen is not impressed at all. He wants to get up the road. This has been a stage that he has decided that he wants to win.
Yeah, and it looks like the other teams have decided that they don't want him to win.
Well, he's told everybody, this is a stage I've decided I'm going to win. He told everyone last night. Unfortunately, they've all thought, no, not at all. It's not going to happen.
Pijpant. Vasek now riding. Still all together. Vacek just in control at the front, most likely preparing the work later on for Pedersen to try again. There he is. There we go. Pedersen, one more attack. He's got O'Connor on the wheel. Straight away, Neil Pollitt, one rider from that company. Jorgensen, Michael Matthews, and Tejada once again. And that could have been Michael Valgren, the last rider. Yes, Michael Valgren. Yeah, he's very, very, very marked. Pedersen. Guillaume Martin bridges across too. Tiesj Benoot is there.
Ben O'Connor trying to be pretty active. There's Mads Pedersen in the grid in second wheel.
It's a strong group of riders, but again, no interest. Neil Pollitt just swings out of the line.
Back at the medical car, this is Alexandre Delet, who is just getting cleaned up after that early crash on today's stage. One of the riders who hit the deck. Just checking that elbow, making sure he's okay. Number 76 coming back into the peloton is Robert Stannard. Haven't seen much of him during this race.
Nope.
As we said right at the beginning, there are riders who hardly mention in this Tour de France. We'll try and pick some of them out to see if there's riders that we haven't mentioned too much, because they've done a lot of work for their teammates. There's Pedersen on the front. He's going to get very frustrated this afternoon, I think.
Yes, Michael Matthews with him. Yes, it's Michael Matthews. Jorgensen is there. Tiesj Benoot, Vauquelin grabs a bottle. Neil Pollitt in the front.
Soigneur's at the side of the road in this particular section. Vauquelin takes a bottle on board, also Tarling up towards the front. It's quite noticeable that Vauquelin and Tarling are constantly the two riders trying to be in the moves.
Yes, there hasn't been... Kwiatkowski is doing a disappointing Tour de France, in my opinion. We often see him... I mean, we're also used to seeing Kwiatkowski at the top of the game and winning stages, and
yeah.
But he's nowhere near that level at the moment. Here we go, big attack.
Here comes Quinn Simmons. Big attack of another
Mathieu
powerful
van der Poel
rider.
is going to go in a moment. Yes, Van der Poel accelerates.
So he fancies this one with Quinn Simmons. He's been thinking, right, there's a possibility.
Bernal on the wheel, Castrillo's on the wheel. German champion attacks as well now. Opens up a little bit of a gap. Strong breakaway, Quinn Simmons.
Simmons has chosen the white shorts today to go with the Stars and Stripes jersey. So we've got Tarling, we've got Quinn Simmons, got Mathieu van der Poel, Castrillo. What a strong breakaway this is. Tiesj Benoot still dicing around. Egan Bernal now goes for Net Company Ineos. Bernal onto the back of the group. A nice group of 5 riders.
And Vauquelin is not taking his turn.
Counter-attack. Pinarello looking for that. Engelhardt is up towards the front, so is Tiesj Benoot. Also up the front is Skarsaith, the Norwegian champion.
Oh, there's a bit of a gap. 2 groups now. Is that Morridge? No, it's not Morridge.
Coming across, yes, it is
Morridge, yeah.
With Engelhardt, then Tish Benut behind him. Then it is Steinhauser, I think. So groups of riders settling in. And it might be Sean Quinn, the rider from EF, who's up towards the front. Nico, it looks like it possibly is. But some strong, powerful riders now on the move. The next climb comes up in 6 kilometers time. We're nearly there, and that's the one you've been saying is the hardest climber today. Here's the team radio.
It'll start to be more active. First Pedersen, then Quinn Simmons. Try. I also see Van der Poel in front. Really focus on them. And guys, don't start the moves ourselves. Follow good groups.
Right, that's good de-essing. There's a moment where, when we call it a little bit of a lottery stage, to be able to go multiple times, it's easier to follow than to try and create. Unfortunately, they haven't done one or the other now. We saw Alain Philippe attack a lot, which he was not doing what his DS is saying.
Don't start the moves. Julien goes off the front straight away.
And it looks like the peloton is settling a little bit. Another move now by Cararojal, trying to go into the right. Yes, he decides to go. He's got a rider from Visma. Is that the young Italian rider on his wheel, or is it Sepkus? Hard to see from here. Kwiatkowski, we just spoke about him. Vasek goes across. I think that's Prudhomme or Riccitello, the small rider from Decathlon, trying to close the gap now in the front of the peloton.
Looks like it might all come back together, but there's the big group of riders who are just 10 seconds away, and they are moving swiftly on these tough roads. So it is at the front. Tarling. Coming across then is Guillaume Martin. Jorgensen. Is that Robbie Dont goes through? Then Jasper Stuyven. Stuyven goes through to the front now. Then it is Clement Brasseur Afonso for the colours of Groupama FDJ United, who whenever he goes through to the front always does a really hard turn. And then has to look over his shoulder and then swing onto the line. Incredible cross up there on the hillside. That's the right up at 1,894 meters. Large wooden cross on there. The Dent de Rossonaz is characterized by its silhouette. A protected natural site, part of the Massif de Bourges Natura 2000 area. And there's our group of riders just winding their way up this climb.
And the peloton hasn't given up yet. Another big attack on the left-hand side of the road. Because obviously, if the team of UAE Emirates XRG are still battling for this competition of the team prize, they'll have to be in the breakaway if there's a rider from Little Trek in here. But there's no riders in Little Trek, I think, in this front group. Oh, there is, of course, Quinn Simmons.
Quinn Simmons is there.
Yeah.
Stuyven just sitting at the back, staying out of any difficulty, just seeing what the situation is. It is stunning up here, isn't it? Look at the forest on either side of the road. The colours are incredible. Still lush and green up here as well. So different to what we've seen during early stages of this tour.
Peloton seems to be slightly controlled at the moment. Let's see if this is our breakaway, but they need to press on. Quinn Simmons is pressing on at the moment. Also, Pollitt also made it back into this group, so that's good. I mean, it's good for the breakaway. But more attacks again. I think is Visma Leasebike trying to bridge across. One rider from Cararojal.
It's funny when you look at Visma Leasebike and you see Jorgensen in here, your automatic mindset is, why is he working for Jonas in this breakaway? And then you remember he's not here anymore. So actually, Jorgensen's a free agent. Jorgensen can do whatever he likes now to try and win this stage, which is such a different situation.
Totally.
There's Pillot, goes through, Tish Benut, who's been the main right-hand man of Paul Sexas. Another rider trying to come across, looks a little bit like a Feeney from here, but it's Per Strand Hagenes. Per Strand Hagenes going across, coming up to the Carrow rider, Balderstone. Balderstone's got stronger in this last week. He's made breaks and then got dropped, but he seems to be getting himself into the front groups at times during the race. Pogačar sitting very, very close to the front of this peloton as, unfortunately, Fred Wright is back at the medical car after his crash. Just trying to get a little bit of treatment. There he is, Fred Wright. Doesn't look too bad, does he?
No.
You said it was his knee, yeah?
Yeah, there it is. He's bandaged his knee.
Now it's time to come back into the group of riders.
Wow, that bandage looks really uncomfortable, right on the ligaments and behind the knee.
Yeah. Fred Wright, he would have been one of the riders who would have been expected maybe to be in this group of riders, or he'd have wanted to be. This is sort of his day. Tough start, and then hopefully be with the strong riders, but he's going to be struggling a little bit now. Coming up to the red car, working his way back into the peloton of riders. The British champion. He's done a nice job of his champion's bike, like we were saying yesterday, another Pinarello.
10 seconds. Not a big gap yet.
It's not growing at all, is it, really? Our next climb coming up at 128.6, so 2 kilometers away. Nico, what is this next climb like?
Well, the next climb is the Col des Prés, 3.5 kilometers at 7%. Quite a popular climb in this part of the world. Lots of races go there. There used to be even a junior race called La Classique des Alpes. That was one of the main climbs that was there. The Dauphiné used to go here quite often. In the Tour de France, that was also one of the climbs that you'd be riding. Again, it's not one of the most incredibly difficult climbs, but on today's stage, it is the hardest one.
What about the riders we're seeing in this front group and their attributes to get over Col de Prés? Or do you think it might split a little bit?
The way they're riding, I don't think it's going to split. We might see 1 or 2 riders getting dropped, maybe some of the weaker riders, but I don't think they will be riding like if it was the final climb. They're still trying to be in the breakaway together. They have a long day of riding, so at this point they still need numbers. They don't need 35 riders for sure. If there were 10 or 12, it'd be all right. But again, if it's 10 or 12, it most likely means that the peloton is going to try and chase. We can see it's trying to settle down in the back, but it hasn't settled down. There's still riders trying to bridge across that, see that this is the opportunity. Again, here we go, big attack there by Visma Lease bike, although they've got Jorgensen in the front. So again, a lot of problems with stages like today is because there are so few opportunities for riders to go for stage wins and for teams to go for stage wins. Well, sometimes riders kind of attack, although they've got teammates in the front, because they're trying to see the opportunity, and sometimes kind of cancel the breakaway and the work done by their teammates because they're trying to be, I won't say greedy, but chancing it, because they know that if they make it back into this breakaway, they're also part of their chances for today, where if not, well, that's it.
Onto the climb then. They see the polka dots. There's the vital statistics on the left. There's where we are, almost at the top of the first major peaks of today's stage. As Nico said, it pretty much is one big mountain all the way to the top of the Col de Prés, then a big descent and another climb, and then it just rocks and rolls all the way into the finish line. We're covering a lot of distance very fast on today's stage. We're an average speed, despite the uphill sections, of 44.1 kilometers an hour.
And it's a team of Alpecin, Prematec, who takes control at the front of the bunch. So they've got Mathieu van der Poel in the front, but they're still trying to ride. I mean, if they get over this this climb now, and it looks like they are getting over, they will need to get support. They can't ride with just 3 riders and control a strong group of 35 riders or whatever the numbers are at the moment.
Alpecin Premier Tech.
They will need support. Maybe NSN is going to come and ride with them later on, but at least they're showing the intent at the moment, although they've got Mathieu van der Poel in the front.
So riding a clever race so far. 30 seconds is the situation with Alpecin Premier Tech on the head of the race. Moving up on the right, it's Groupama FDJ United move up, also heading towards the front of the peloton. Lidl Trek are all near the front with Pedersen in that green jersey. Pogacar moves up as well, looking for a Soigneur at the side of the road, I think. But Pogacar riding very close to the head of the race. Another attack, Pedersen goes. Pedersen decides he needs to get himself into this front group of riders. Big acceleration by the green jersey Pedersen. 26 seconds. That's very nicely painted, isn't it? The entire road has been branded on this section of this corner. And here goes Pedersen. Pedersen trying to get himself to the front group of riders. He knows that it's a big possibility. Other riders are trying to come across now as they try and get on the wheel. George Bennett is on the back of the group. Here's Mathieu van der Poel with Quinn Simmons on the wheel. Clement Brasafonso. It's all out now as they make their way to the top of the Col de Pré.
Yes, Pedersen today in one of his interviews saying, I get all the help I need. And if the things go our way today, we can close the fight for the green jersey. So that's their plan. That's what they're trying to do today, is make sure to get those precious extra points that will make it mathematically impossible for Philipsen to go and take the jersey off Pedersen's shoulders.
It is a pivotal day in the green jersey competition in this Tour de France. Remember, when you watch the Tour, you have all the different jersey classifications. Of course, the yellow jersey is the leader of the race on time, and that's the jersey that is the winner of the Tour. But the green jersey for the sprinters is a very important jersey. It's their World Championship jersey in some ways, and therefore today it's extremely important for Mads Pedersen. Well, they've branded this entire area, the Chambéry Mountains. There's our group of leaders. Little splits going on. We're almost at the top of this climb now.
Yeah, they're eating up the kilometers, even on the uphill sections.
They are. Once we get over the top, their average speed is going to start to go up 47, 48, 49k an hour.
Yeah, now it is like almost a 20-kilometer downhill section.
Yes, we're going to be flying.
Told you, that's why I took a gel at the start. I knew it was going to be a fast day.
I might need to ask for reinforcements here.
I've got another one.
Have you got caffeine for later?
Yeah, it's caffeine gel.
So a fast start. Pogacar near the front on his wheel. Remco Evenepoel, the second place rider overall. Just looking to see where Paul Sexas is. He should be quite near. This is Weistroffer again. Well, he's got himself back to the peloton, but now he's been distanced again. So he's starting to feel it. But if he gets over the top here, things will get a bit better.
Yeah, there you go. You actually heard the kids on the side of the road saying his name 2 weeks ago. Nobody knew him, so although he's suffering now and things are not looking great, well, he has done something in his Tour de France. Getting a lot of support from the fans on the side of the road.
He is, and that'll keep his morale high.
Yeah, even the motorbike pilot was saying, go on. Yeah, he's having a hard time there. But once again, you just mentioned if you can hang around in the cars, he's got 1.5 kilometers to go underneath that, because he's probably a couple of seconds behind. Yes, about 40 seconds. So he's probably 1.3, 1.4 to the top. if he can hang around car number 10 or 12, the descent is not really technical. It's all on this big road, so he can make it back into the cars later on when the race settles down. There's other riders now getting distance. Max Canter.
The sprinters are finding this pace very, very high, and it is high. This Max Canter, who's had some great results in this tour, hasn't had the stage win, but he's been close. Pogacar with behind him the Lidl Trek riders. Just looking to see where Remco Evenepoel is. Jai Hindley's sitting just a couple of places behind Pogacar. And now they move again. Quinn Simmons comes back to see where Mads Pedersen is. There's a bit of a move on the right-hand side from Uno X Mobility. But this is the front group of riders. About 20 riders in this front group, with Egan Bernal leading.
Interesting that Quinn Simmons is back to the peloton.
Van der Poel, second place. Benoot, third place. Here comes the peloton. It's coming back. They're going to be nullified any moment now as we head towards the top of the climb. Well, it's been all-out racing right from the start. We haven't seen a breakaway go. Mathieu van der Poel, seeing the sweat on his arms as he's almost at the top of the Col de Pré. They're making very short work of this third climb of today's stage. Valentin Parry-Pont took the first climb, Carapaz took the second. This one has got 2 points on offer at the top. And it looks like Van der Poel might be the rider to lead across the top of the Col de Pré. Vauquelin struggling with Max Canter. Vauquelin's also not had a good Tour de France.
No, not for the level that we expect from him. If he was a young neo-pro rider, I'd say, yeah, fair play. He's been 3 times in breakaways and on the go. But again, compared to what he did the last 2 years, he's not where he should be.
There's the altitude, 1,130 meters. We're coming up to the top of the Col de Prés, and it's Mathieu van der Poel who still leads. A very nice high tempo from Mathieu van der Poel. I think Jasper Philipsen will still be living with this at the moment. Over the top of the third climb of the day already, and Mathieu van der Poel is the rider at the head of the race. Checks over his shoulder, entire peloton is there. Now it's time to freewheel. In fact, not the entire peloton. Wow, it's split. Big split.
And it's split a lot.
It has.
A lot of riders are in difficulty, and Pedersen is in that chasing group. There he is, Pedersen.
Pidcock is also in that group. Pidcock is there, so he needs to move. And also further back, Jai Hindley is there. And I'm just looking to see who else has been caught in this split.
And there's probably even a third group coming. There he is.
Now they put the pressure on. Egan Bernal keen to be in the moves at the head of the race for Net Company, Ineos. Now the next climb, we're about 8 kilometers from that climb now.
Again, another short climb.
The next climb is the Côte de Saint-Jean d'Arvey.
1.1 kilometer at 5.7%. And after that, there's going to be another 7 or 8 kilometers of downhill back into Chambéry. Then an uncategorized climb of almost 8 kilometers, the Col du Cous.
The team buses are coming in now. This is Dorian Gordon as well from Net Company. We had a crash a couple of days ago. Dorian Gordon doesn't look to be in good shape. A lot was expected of him in this Tour de France.
Yeah, after the start of the season that he had, winning World Tour races in reduced bunch sprints.
It's not worked for him. Well, let's see how the next climb goes.
All the way down into the valley again. Through the town of Thoiry. And as you mentioned, the little fourth category climb. The top of the climb is going to be at kilometer 115 to go.
Scott Safe coming back in the cars. And Dorian Gordon also. See just how fast they work their way down these descents. It's incredible to watch. Thank you to all of you for joining Nico and I for stage 17, taking us from Chambéry to Voron. It's going to be an interesting rest of the afternoon now that we're over 3 of the climbs. And the breakaway not quite forming yet properly. Average speed is 44 kilometers an hour on that tough terrain, which is pretty exceptional considering just how hard it is. Pogačar there in that group of riders. He's always at the head of the race now as he watches what's going on. That will also mean that the other favourites have to be near him. I'm just looking to see who is with him. I think Paul Sexos might be just in front of him on that descent.
Yeah, it looked like that.
So Dorian Gordon back on the string of riders. He just keeps losing the back wheel, doesn't he? Every now and then. We lost Florian Lipovitz yesterday. That means there's now 19 riders out of this Tour de France. The first rider to drop out was on stage 2, Clement Berthet. And in the last few days, we've lost Lars Kraps, Tom van Arsbroek. In fact, that's 20 riders now with Lipovitz. Van Arsbroek, Merlier, Vengergaard, Scharmik, De Bruyne, Berkmoos, Biesterbos, Gaviria, Harper, Trentin, Torsten Tran, Uiterbrooks, Van Leeberger, Arvid de Klein, Molinar, Kel O'Brien and Arnold de Lee. So we've lost 20 riders in this Tour de France, which actually is not that many riders out of the riders who started.
Nope. No, definitely not. It's one of the fewer abandoned short list. I remember years when there's maybe 50 or 60 riders.
Yes.
Interview coming up.
14 seconds to the green jersey group from the front. And we're going to hear from Mads Pedersen in just a few seconds. As we see Tadej Pogačar just drifting downhill. Let's hear now from Mads Pedersen ahead of today's stage.
Yeah, we are trying to win the stage. It's obvious this is one of the last years, Paris as well, but this is a good chance of winning a stage and adding more points to the jersey. And I think if we manage to do that, we can almost seal the jersey today. So that's the main goal.
The ideal scenario would be to be in a big breakaway.
That would be nice. A big breakaway without Bini and Jasper would be the perfect situation. But I don't think that's going to happen.
So Mads Pedersen, he's just been saying all the time, we are going all out to win this stage. He said it last night, he said it this morning. And there's a problem here for a rider. I don't know if he fell. Yes, he did. That is Thibaut Gernelec after his time trial of yesterday. He hits the deck. Thankfully, he's okay as he makes his way back on the bike. So Gernelec having a little bit of a shake there. It might take him a few moments just to get himself back together. But almost at the bottom of the next climb of the day. Oh, he's done some damage, hasn't he? After such a fantastic ride yesterday, Gernelec. Just shows the Tour de France changes your fortunes in a matter of hours. Not always the right way.
He's having a bit of issues with his gears.
18th in that time trial yesterday, Nico. 18th.
Oh, doctor, he's looking for the doctor, actually.
The doctor's gone by.
Yeah, watch out for the cars also.
It's a little bit shaky right now.
Yeah, he's a bit shaky because he's told the Shimano car actually to go and call the doctor.
And the doctor might not have even seen that crash. I didn't hear it on Radio Tour, actually.
He's yeah, he's hit the hip. He's looking to his right side, although it's the left side that seems to be torn on the shorts. Sexas, a bit of a gap there between the rider of Astana, XDS Astana. And we're just about to go and climb this Côte de Saint-Jean-d'Avy. 1.1 kilometer, 5.6%, 4th category climb. The top's going to be at kilometer 1:15 to go. So literally we finish this and straight up this little kicker. And then after that, it's going to be a long descent once again into Chambéry. And we'll reach Chambéry at 1:07.
Just having a look at the riders as they make their way downhill. 17th stage, recorded the final leadership maillot jaune change in the Tour's history on 11 different occasions. The first one in 1949, the last one in 2008, when actually Carlos Sastre won in Alpe d'Huez. So we're heading to Alpe d'Huez in 2 days' time. Another attack. Onto the climb. Mohoric starts to go and advance on the Côte de Saint-Jean-d'Arve. It's a 1.1 kilometre climb, 5.7%. There's your vital statistics. There's where we are.
And now Quinn Simmons is back in the front. They're going to have to explain to me some other tactics.
So he's gone all the way back, checked with Mads Pedersen, said, "Are you okay?" Now he's back in the front group again.
I'm going to have to send a few messages to De Jong and ask him,
can you please explain?
Can you please explain? I know you want to win, you've explained that. It's the process I'm struggle with sometimes.
I'm sure we'll get an explanation later. So Quinn Simmons, Mathieu van der Poel, Egan Bernal, Steinhauser, Jasper Stuyven, Josh Tarling, Matty Mohoric, and on the back I think it's still Robbie Dont, who is just kicking his way onto the back wheel. Also Guillaume Martin, he was just behind the rider, I couldn't quite see him there. So a nice group of riders here going clear. 13 seconds to the maillot jaune group, but 25 seconds to Pedersen.
I think this is probably why they let him go, is because they have a feeling that maybe Pedersen's just not good enough on the stage like today. But I think this breakaway is a little bit too small. We're going to see teams chase at some point. Not every team's going to be satisfied with this scenario. But really strong pull there by Van der Poel. Some world-class riders in this breakaway. Obviously, third week of the Tour de France. Bernal, Jasper Stuyven.
Bernal looks good.
Mohoric.
Well, we know Tarling was good from that time trial yesterday. And once he gets over this, the terrain is fine for him, isn't it?
Yeah, they're actually about to get to the top now. Only 200 meters. Bernal is probably going to get the points.
Egan Bernal in the Colombian champions colours for Net Company Ineos is the rider who is approaching the top of the 4th climb of the day already. He'll go over the top of that in the lead. He's starting to really put on a bit of tempo now. He'll see the gantry just in front of him. Look at that for a bit of land art. That's 11 out of 10.
Yeah, it's a good land art.
Bernal over the top of the climb in the lead. That's quite special. How did they do that?
Aliens. It's a landing zone.
It must be. Head of the race then, Tarling, Bernal, Mathieu van der Poel, Quinn Simmons, Robbie Dont. In fact, there's a big group of riders have come across
with
and
the yellow
them.
jersey.
So is Pogacar and Sexas in this group?
And Remco Evenepoel.
Yeah, Pogacar's been hanging around at the front.
A lot of GC riders have been cut out, though. It's a strong group.
Yep, yellow jerseys there. Pogacar is having a proper bike race today. 38 seconds to the green jersey of Pedersen. Jai Hindley's there, Remco Evenepoel is there. Where is Paul Sexas?
He is here as well. He's just in front there on the wheel of Tadej Pogacar.
Del Toro's not there though, is he?
No, Del Toro is not there. And I also don't see the riders from Little Trek.
No, I don't see them at all.
No, Ayuso is not there. Oh, he is, yeah. Yeah, Skelmorza is. Ayuso is not.
So we're over the climbs. We've got one more unclassified climb you mentioned.
Yes, that's coming in quite some kilometers. We're going to have to go all the way back down into Chambéry first. That'll be at kilometer 107. And then we're going to start making the climb. The top of the next climb is going to be at 92 to go. That's a big gap. Let's see if these riders work together, because there could be some damage to be done. Because, for example, Sexas could move easily into the podium.
Absolutely.
Or Scale-Moser play his card for the podium.
You've got to be in position. Del Toro is 37 seconds from the front. This is Brent Van Moor. A rear wheel puncture for Van Moor.
But not a good place to park there, exactly. Especially when the road narrows. It's like, come on, Shimano.
Wow. Car comes flying through the town of Saint-Jean-d'Arvy, a population of 1,400 people. Heading back now down towards Chambéry. This is the group at the back, which contains Vermeers, also Wellens, and let's see who else is in here. There's a lot of riders in this group. Feeney's in that group as well. So the group of Pedersen, Philipsen, Del Toro is at 36 seconds. The front group contains definitely Sexas, Pogacar, Remco Evenepoel. As they wind their way downhill now to the bottom of the descent and then onto the unclassified climb. I wonder why they choose to unclassify a climb and not when you see that it's a fairly long and not necessarily difficult, but it's a decent climb.
I have to say, the way they put the points, and especially with 4 category climbs that just give you 1 point,
yeah.
I kind of did question how they came up with this planning.
Yeah. I wonder why.
Because they've put 4 category climbs on 1 kilometer drags, and then there's actually this climb was a proper climb.
Yeah, 6K.
I mean, there must be a thinking behind it. I never questioned that. I'm just curious to know which one it is. Maybe they didn't want to give too many points, but I think they could have afforded giving more points on a stage like today. It would have put things a bit more in perspective, in play, because tomorrow's a mountaintop finish, so there's going to be points in the finish again for the victory, and obviously this weekend as well.
Last year, stage 17 was a sprint. Jonathan Milan won it from Jordi Mus and Tobias Lund Andreasen. Welcome along. Thanks very much for joining us as we just see how things start to settle down on this descent and onto the next climb of today's stage. Nice little villages we're making our way through. Couple of quick mentions. Thank you to August. Happy birthday to Mum Gracie. To Check One Ho, to Liz, also to Alan McDonald. Thank you very much for your message. And I've got some of you who've asked some questions as we watch the group of riders going downhill. Things are settling down a little bit. Sebastian Crawford asked Nico, do you remember a couple of years ago we had a day where the Tour de France had no race radios?
Yes.
Is that something that will happen again? It's not happening this year though, is it?
No. I mean, never say never. I still know there is the no radio group that's always pushing for the no radio. But I just think there's too much pressure from the teams and the riders to keep racing with the radios. But saying that, World Championships, European Championships, National Championships are all done without radio. Yep. Olympic Games, all done without radio.
And that, oh wow, that's narrow. That was done as a test, wasn't it, to see what would happen if you had no radios in the World Tour peloton. But it didn't really work.
No, every time they've tried it, they've gone back to it. I remember, was it in 2000, early on in my career, it might have been 2010 or 11. They had no radio, I think, for probably 5 or 6 months. And then halfway through the season, they decided to put it back in.
You just need it for safety, don't you, more than anything?
Yeah, and actually, it made the race even more boring, because on a sprinter stage, now the sprinter stage, they leave the gap at 1 minute. And you do 150 kilometers at 1 minute, 1 minute 30, which is, okay, you know they have no chance. But back then in 2011 or 2012, when normally you gave gaps of 5 or 6 minutes to the breakaway, well, suddenly, with no radios, the teams didn't want to get caught out, so they always kept the breakaway in sight.
Yes.
So it meant that for most of the races, you could see the bunch and the breakaway on the same screen all day long, because it was like, okay, we don't know, we can't rely on the time board, so let's just keep them in sight. And it just meant that it was less aggressive, and it was that was the opposite. People were thinking that if the sports directors can't change the outcome of the race by giving indications, and it's only due to riders and experience and making their own decisions, will we get more exciting races? Well, the reality is, in theory, it sounds amazing. In reality, less so.
Less so, yeah. Because there's too much at stake for these teams, and they need to win bike races. Therefore, the only way of doing it is make sure you don't make everyone's life really hard, and use your resources in the best possible way. And if you can see the breakaway in front of you, then just keep the breakaway in front of you. It's a lot simpler, isn't it?
Yeah, I think in Worlds it works because you're on a circuit. You've seen the laps, so the safety part of it is taken away. And I think this is why teams and countries agree to racing world championships without radio, because then it becomes more about tactics. And it's actually very funny to commentate. You see the staff on the teams with all their codes and pluses and minus and keywords to activate or deactivate a tactic.
It looks like MotoGP, doesn't it, half the time? The codes in the pits and all that stuff. Right, things are starting to mix up a little bit at the front here. And here is the head of the race, led by Mohoric and Jorgensen. Pidcock and Del Toro and Pedersen are a group of riders 40 seconds behind.
Jasper Stuyven.
Stuyven goes on the attack. Big move by Jasper Stuyven. This is the group of chasers, which contains Pidcock, contains Pedersen, trying to come back into the race. Del Toro also in there.
Yeah, and again, there's always a friend that comes to help you. You've had the team of Jaco Lula, who has no rider in the group of 40 riders. So they're closing the gaps, trying to give their rider a chance to maybe go on the breakaway later. But they've been literally caught out.
There's Pedersen, Del Toro, Pidcock, all in one line.
No, it's not Ayuso.
I think Ayuso now is in the front group.
Yeah, he's in the front group.
That's
Del Toro is
Derek
not.
No, Del Toro on the wheel of Pedersen in white. Pidcock in that Red Bull helmet just behind.
Martinez is also in this group.
Bartek is there with Pedersen. It's still possible for Pedersen to win this stage, because the finish of this race is a long, long drag uphill. It's not an out-and-out bunch sprint. Mathieu van der Poel now starts to really push on the pace. We're heading into Konin, a population of 6,500 people. We're in the Chartreuse Regional Nature Park, created in 1995. Josh Tarling goes on the attack. Tarling at the head of the race.
Van der Poel swings off after his big pull. Jasper Stuyven also swings off. A bit of a stall in the peloton, though. He goes again.
They just need a big group of riders, strong riders, to be away. And for everybody just to sit up behind, but it doesn't look like that might happen today. It looks like it might be full on all the way through the stage. It's an immense crowd, isn't it?
Quinn Simmons, and again, Movistar chasing, Castrillo. Bernal riding very aggressively today, still following the wheels. Jorgensen also riding quite aggressive. Jasper Stuyven is chasing at the moment. A couple of bike lengths behind.
Stuyven, such a strong rider. Podium of Paris-Roubaix this year. Sanremo winner. He's such a strong bike rider. Tarling, one of the best time trialists in the world. European champion, 4th in the Olympic Games. Podium in the World Championships. Quinn Simmons, former junior world champion on the road, winner of a stage of the Tour of Rhône-Alpes just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that's a good call there by the GC riders. They've decided to sit up a little bit to give the chance to the breakaway to be formed. For them, it doesn't make sense to chase all day for 30 seconds on Del Toro or whatever. So once again, they've decided to just let that breakaway go. And you could just see the GC riders, the 3 of them, 4 of them. You're totally right, he's there. Ayuso at the back there was Scale Moser. Tadej making his way to the front of this little group. And they're probably going to now just wait for the peloton.
So if you want to be in the breakaway, now's the chance. If you don't go in the breakaway right now, then it's game over. They're all checking over their shoulder. The motorbikes go past. Everybody freewheels. One more rider might just go from Picnic Post NL, but he might have left it way too late.
Yes, 30 seconds on the group with Mathieu van der Poel and Jasper Stuyven and Quinn Simmons. It's a bit optimistic.
Yes.
But once again, look, Decathlon has decided to ride. It's a bit late, though, to do this type of maneuver. Is that Jai Hindley?
Jai Hindley. We're going to hear now from a rider from Decathlon CMA CGM. Let's hear from Tish Benoot.
Yeah, I think we can be really satisfied with how we did it so far and where we are in the GC, and also with the stage we won with Olaf. Yeah.
Today you say will count. In which way? What is expected for today?
It will be a really hard day. I think 70-80% for the bunch will go for the stage. Few teams won the sprint, including us, which isn't the secret of obviously, but it's yeah, you can approach this from different ways, and I think, like for example, a team like Alpecin, they will put maybe Van der Poel in the break, maybe they pull for the sprint for Philipsen. But it's a hard course, and it will count for the next days.
And
yeah, we will carry in the legs. Yeah.
And how do we make the balance between the strength we can put in having a sprint for Olaf, chasing a stage victory, and protecting Paul and keeping some strength also for the upcoming days?
Yeah, that's something we need to balance well. I think obviously we need to support them as good as possible in the mountains. So we will see also during the stage if it's still worth it to go full to catch back the break if it isn't possible anymore. But there are multiple moments in the stage where we can take this decision and evaluate what's the best decision moving forward.
Bedankt.
101.8 kilometres of racing to go. The group of Del Toro Pidcock has now come back to the yellow jersey group. They're just making the junction right now. The front group of riders is now 40 seconds ahead, so we've got a bit of a structure now to today's stage, having seen an awful lot of attacking going on. In the front group of riders, Per Strand Hagenes, Jai Hindley, Quinn Simmons, Alex Bourdin, Tish Benoot, Matej Moric, Egan Bernal, Josh Tarling, Jasper Stuyven, Mathieu van der Poel, Felix Engelhardt, Pablo Castrillo, Aina Rubio, Clement Brass-Alfonso, Guillaume Martin and Rick Plymers. That's the front group of riders. So some strong riders in the head of the race now.
Yeah, strong riders, big group of riders. Let's see how the front of the peloton is going to be reshaped now, because there's Tish Benoot in that breakaway. Tish is very clear in how he analyzes a race.
Yeah, he is quite specific, isn't he? This is what's going to happen. You rode with him, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Does he act as a bit of a road captain as well, now and then?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so who's the peloton riding for? This is it Decathlon in the front? Yes, it is.
Yes.
So they've got Tige in the front, but they've decided to go for Olaf Koy, which was also suggested in his interview. Oops.
Started to work, did it?
Wow. He's not happy there, Guillaume Martin. He's like, that's my bottle. Right, take it easy. I'm sure there's another one.
There's plenty bottles there somewhere, Guillaume.
But, you know, you've been flat out for almost 2 hours now. Yes, literally 2 hours flat out. This is a moment where it's okay to be on the edge. Now we're in this valley, and in a couple of kilometers' time, we're going to start climbing up this Col de Cous, and the top is going to be at kilometer 92.
A quick mention to Stephen O'Rourke, who wanted to say thank you to all the camera operators and all the production team who do the job out here, who bring us this Tour de France. We talk about the pictures, but around about this production, there is a lot of people, a huge number of people. You have the helicopter pilots up in the sky. We have a few of those helicopters. We have the camera operators. We have the motorbike pilots. And on the finish line, we have all the cameras, the fixed cameras that bring us in, the slow motion camera as well. There's a lot going on. Then we have all the production team behind the scenes. I think in our team, there's about 65 people, something like that. In France Television, there's about 200 people who are bringing this production to life. And in the Zone Technique, the television compound we have, there's so many people. Constantly bumping into new people as well who've arrived. I saw Annemiek van Vleuten today. She's here on Dutch television, so we said hello to her. So she's commentating until the weekend.
And I saw my sister and my nephew yesterday.
Yeah, that was nice. We saw your sister when we arrived at the hotel.
I couldn't believe it was the first time she was bringing her son to the Tour.
At 9 years of age. I was quite surprised.
I mean, she's been working on the Tour the last 5 years, but...
Yes. And I'm thinking, as a Roach family, to have a 9-year-old not seen the Tour de France is quite amazing. But your sister works for Skoda, doesn't she?
Yes, with the hospitality in Skoda.
No, it's nice to see her when we arrived last night in the hotel. So yeah, it's a huge, huge production of people who bring this race to life. There's some great Strider, are they called Strider bike? Strider bike racing in the finish straight at the moment with tiny kids.
And the crowds are going wild.
They
funny.
are. But you know, don't they have a Strider bike world championship? Have you ever watched that?
No.
Oh, you have to watch it. If you've never watched it, go on the internet, find the Strider Bike World Championships. It's one of the best things you'll ever watch. Valentin Barry-Pant, back of the team car, taking a bottle on board. Things have really calmed down. Having established our breakaway, 43 seconds. Biniam Girmay is still 2 minutes 28 seconds behind the main group right now, so Girmay needs to come back into the race. Tobias Johannesson, number 121 there. Front group of riders from Wiesma, Perstrand, Hagenes, from Red Bull, Bora Hansgrohe, Jai Hindley. Here is Biniam Girmay. He's out the back. He needs to get himself back in to have any chance of winning today's stage. Front group contains Quinn Simmons, Alex Bourdin, Tish Benoot, Matty Morich, Egan Bernal, Josh Tarling, Jasper Stuyven, Mathieu van der Poel, Felix Engelhard, Pablo Castrillo, Ina Rubio, Clement Brassard-Fonso, Guillaume Martin and Rick Plymans. This group contains Filippo Ganna. I thought Ganna might have a little chance today.
Yep.
But he's in the back group.
There's more coming. So I've decided it was easier just to walk beside the bike.
The Strider bikes are going on in the final straight. It's fantastic. We're inside the magic 100 kilometers to go. On the head of the peloton, the team of Decathlon CMA CGM, 49 seconds behind the lead group of riders. Things have settled down with Sexas there. There's Remco Evenepoel with his Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe team. Mads Pedersen with Schelmoes and Ayuso. There's Tadej Pogacar. Behind him is Niels Pollitt. Group of Biniam Girmay at 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Now the next few kilometers are going to go pretty quickly, I would imagine.
Yeah, once we get to the top of this climb, at kilometer 92, then there's another 8 kilometers of rolling down until we get to the climb of Saint-Béron. And then it's literally just rolling up, rolling down, but no real climbs. You can see from the profile, it slightly drags up. There's a bit of a gorge.
You were saying the last 80k today is not that difficult at all.
No, it's really fast as well. Quite big roads. Actually, that's more or less when we arrived. I think we were 85k, so in 10 kilometers time was just after the climb. We joined the course. The team committing with 3 riders.
Is this all about Olav Koy?
Yes.
So Dan Hula on the front.
I think they realized this could be another stage win. They want another stage win.
And Olav Koy, this sort of finish, just a long uphill drag, he would be relatively good at that, I would imagine. Tarling setting the tempo with Mathieu van der Poel on his wheel. Van der Poel goes through, puts on the tempo, then Egan Bernal talking into that race radio.
They need support from other riders, because if it's just 2 riders versus this strong group, it would be difficult. Although the gap is very stable around that 46, 47 seconds. So they're doing a good job to stabilize this gap. But again, look, tailwind. It's going to be a fast finish. Coming into the feed zone.
More of the team buses are going past us at the finish line. UAE Team Emirates XRG bus comes in. And it's a Netcompany Ineos bus. Also some of the forward cars coming in as well, all ready for the end of today's stage. Stuyven takes on a musette, so does Josh Tarling. Takes that on board, gets the bottles out of it, all the bars and the gels, puts them in the pocket, gets ready for the next phase of today's race. Jamie Graham-Mason sent me a message saying, have we thought about the use of drones in coverage instead of using helicopters? And we have tested them. We've tested the use of drones. The problem is the battery life on a drone doesn't really work for the length of coverage that we need. But we've used them in various different occasions, haven't we? We used them in the Nice time trial for certain, to follow riders downhill and on fixed points, but we can't really use them for this sort of coverage because we need hours and hours of drone flying overhead, and I don't think the battery life would really deal with it, and the stability wouldn't deal with it either. You use a drone quite a lot for filming.
Yeah, I use it every day almost. Yeah.
Not been given much distance right now. Quinn Simmons through to the front. Thank you for joining us for stage 17. We're taking the rider to Voiron. This is the last opportunity for the breakaways or a sprint And it's a pivotal day for the green jersey. And it's not long, really, that we get to the green jersey sprint, which will be at 27.2 kilometres of racing to go. While we go past the lake, sits at an altitude of 360 metres. It's France's 7th largest lake. Has a real emerald colour. Its name means beautiful little waters. It's a private lake owned by Électricité de France and the Raveleur de Chambord de la Panne family. Let's go back to 2017. The Tour last came to Chambéry in 2017 for a stage finish. After a chaotic day in the mountains, a small group of climbers and GC riders contested the win, and it was very close between Rigoberto Urán in green and Warren Barguil in black and white. The two men had to be separated by a photo finish. It was bad news for Barguil as Urán took it by a whisker. The Colombian celebrating his only Tour stage win. That year he finished 2nd overall. Those pictures look really old. It's only 2017.
It's funny, actually, some of the later videos look older than some of the real vintage ones.
Yes, it's strange, isn't it?
No HD.
Also, I'd almost forgotten those lime green jerseys of that team at the time. Very, very bright. 66.5k to go to the intermediate sprint. This is our leading group of riders, if you've just joined us. They are working okay. They're not really cohesive as they continue down the roads. 16 riders in the front group. Per Strand Hagenes, Jai Hindley, Quinn Simmons, Bourdin, Tish Benoot, Matty Morich, Egan Bernal, Josh Tarling, Jasper Stuyven, Mathieu van der Poel, Felix Engelhardt, Castrillo, Rubio, Brassafonso, Guillaume Martin, Rick Plymouth are the riders at the head of the race. Adam Yates sitting on the back of the group of riders. They're not letting this go, Nico. 46 seconds.
No, they're really battling. They know that maybe later on some other teams will come and help. Maybe the team of Pedersen with Little Trek will come and give a hand.
So things are going to unfold quite steadily this afternoon. After yesterday, excluding sprinters, Remco Evenepoel is the first Belgian with back-to-back stage wins since Wout van Aert won the Rocamadour time trial on the Paris final stage in 2021. Bourdin moves to the right-hand side. He's on home roads today. For the 6th consecutive year, Belgium have scored 5 or more stage wins at the Tour. It's their second best streak after the 1960-78 period where they nailed 19 consecutive editions with at least 5 wins. So a few little bits of history. Remco Evenepoel won a Tour time trial in 3 consecutive editions, something that hasn't happened since Fabian Cancellara did it between 2007 and 2010. Fabian Cancellara was in our commentary position yesterday in the next booth as he was talking to Swiss television during the race and enjoying seeing Voizard, who's now lying very high up in the general classification. The Tudor Pro cycling rider Voizard, 10th overall now, Nico, at 24 minutes and 18 seconds. He's moved himself up from just inside the top 20 to inside the top 10 in just a few days. What do you think of his performance?
Really good in this third week, and there's always one rider that kind of does that. We never know which rider is going to be, but every year in the third is one rider that makes a big move in the third week.
And he's done it superbly.
Yes, it looks like he's going to be the rider this year.
Yep. And we know we're going into the climbs, the Alpe d'Huez and Orsia Millet, and he's an out-and-out climber. I think we've just driven past Celine Dion at the side of the road again, here every day. Some people have been sending me messages saying, point out Celine Dion at the side of the road. I'm not so sure it is Celine Dion, but anyway, the van has got the name on it. Down to kilometre 92. And we'll go through there. In terms of Pogačar, Remco Evenepoel, Del Toro and all that today, is it just a day of being vigilant and holding position ahead of the next 3 days in the mountains?
Yes, and not being caught out like they were today, for example.
Yeah.
It's very easy to be caught out on. When it's on a big mountain stage, riders are focused, the legs can do the talking. But on days like today, where there's a lot of attacks and groups are going ahead and then other groups are going, and then suddenly you have 40, 50 riders, you have to be very vigilant.
Adam Yates sitting on the back of the group. Still ahead of the race with Quinn Simmons. Mathieu van der Poel goes through. Now on the finish line, we've got the juniors sprinting flat out. This is the top of this rise coming up now, I suppose. Time for the riders to start to descend a little bit.
Yeah. Col de Cous.
Nearly at the top of it. Then we'll start to descend. Jai Hindley in here just as a kind of rider to be up the front, stay out of trouble, and go back later if they need him, or try and win the stage.
He might drift back later, but at the moment, until they're not capable of really closing the gap, it's still better that he's in the front group.
Decathlon with all their riders on the front. Biniam Girmay's got a problem, hasn't he? 3:16 behind.
Well, for the stage win, definitely. I think it would really reshape the race if he was in that group. He'd probably have the teams, his teammate riding with the team of Decathlon.
I had a question from Dave Murray. He said, how do you and I prepare for so many hours commentating? Surely we don't just come in here and talk.
No, we don't spend a lot of time going through internet sites, social media, using AI to get some information sometimes as well. We try and plan as well ahead in the car. We often talk about what can happen the next day and suggest to try and look for 1 or 2 topics to talk about.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think there's preparation that just goes on all the way through the tour that just becomes a habit, doesn't it? You don't even realise that you're doing preparation for the next day most of the time. We're always sending each other, even when we're sitting in the car next to each other, we're sending each other a link to this, a link to that, a screenshot of this, a screenshot of that. We'll listen to interviews. I think the other added bonus is, because we're here, we have lunch with the other commentators. Some of them are ex-pro riders. I know you talk quite often to Laurent Jalabert and people like that.
Yeah,
and
most morning with Jalabert.
Yeah, and you go out and you ride the route every single day. So we're kind of absorbing information all day.
Yeah, we kind of share information as well.
Yeah.
Cassani, for example, from Rai, he knows I go ride the morning. He doesn't go and ride, so he often asks me a little, something about the wind, or is the climb hard enough to break the peloton? And for example, the final climb today, that's in our run into this finish here in Voiron. If in case it's a bunch sprint, is there the possibility to drop a sprinter or not? So, and the same way that the other day it was Cassani who told me about the white paint.
Yes.
He was on the road. So we kind of, it's all like a big team, and we try and help each other out to provide the best information that we can on things, because obviously we don't know everything. We kind of have to look on, we all have a lot of experience and information, but there are some things that we need to go and source.
And then there's things that happen in the race, for example, And I think it's a really good question, Dave, for sending us it. Like the day that Torsten Tran took the yellow jersey. So I went and talked to the Norwegian commentators. They know him really, really well. They were able to tell us what the situation was, a bit of background, what the team is like. And also, because you've got other channels here, sometimes if they're a state broadcaster, they've got a team embedded in the squad. So, for example, Uno X Mobility had a camera crew embedded in the team all the time. So they're able to tell us. This is the grottos of San Christophe, which we're going into now. These caves are famous for their proximity to the Sardinian road and their location near the border between France and the Duchy of Savoy. Some of the caves are known as the Echelle Caves. These caves apparently were home to the famous French smuggler Louis Mondran, who supposedly hid his treasure there. So if you're ever in here, you might find his treasure. But yeah, well, there's a lot of preparation we do. We're always making our notes for the day. I tend to spend maybe, I don't know how long. I've never timed it. Certainly sit here on my own for half an hour and just sit and write down. I go through all my social media. So when I say send messages to Nico and I on our social media, so we've got all our normal social media. I've got the written one as well, and I've got people sending me messages on there and questions. We jot some of those down. We jot some mentions down. I can't mention too many people in a day, but we mention a few, and we get some subjects that we might want to talk about that some of you have asked. There's a lot that goes on. Then we have our little introduction to the day. We come in, we're generally in a commentary position. We come in here early and then we go for lunch and then we come back in and then we do our sound check with our sound engineer at about half an hour before generally. Then once we're happy all the sound and everything works, then it's just a case of keeping an eye on any other last minute news that comes in that we might get. We're always on, we're able to WhatsApp a number of people around the tour. So, for example, if things are going on and we don't necessarily know the answer, we might message Seb Piquet in Radio Tour and he'll send us a message back with the information he's got. So there's so many resources we've got. I mean, if you look at our desk right now, mine's a mess. Yours is quite tidy, actually. You're not doing too bad.
Not today.
You've got Roadbook, your pad that you always have, your phone, your laptop. You've always got snacks. Gels. I brought you a cap today from LCL.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't get the polka dot jersey, so I thought I'd bring you a cap.
Thank you. Feel privileged.
No worries. And then I've just got bundles of paper everywhere. I've got all sorts of things. Books, laptop, stats, rider list. With the rider list we get every day, we get a bundle of results every day with a pack of information. We've got a team who print stuff off for us. Thank you, Jerome, for doing 17 stages of printing, and all the team behind the scenes who do so much work to help us out. So that's how we prepare. I think a lot of it is subliminal during the day. It's just constant. And by the time you go home on Monday, you kind of like don't know what to do with your phone because you're just on it pretty much all day. But it's not that you're on your phone, you're literally on it looking at information.
Yeah, more attacks.
Here we go, big left-hand side attack of VF. They now go clear with two riders. Pedersen looking to see if there's an opportunity in that green jersey. 45 seconds to the front of the race. Kasper Asgreen. Healy is there, I think, who was just trying to get involved. Big attack. Kasper Asgreen trying to go clear. Behind Victor Campenaerts. Kermay is at 3:35 now today. Victor Campenaerts tucked in on the wheel. Kasper Asgreen just rolling along at 52 kilometers an hour. Asgreen, things settle down again as he makes his way through the next town. This is the Church of the Annunciation in Les Echelles. Population of this town, 1,290 people. This little commune, the Church of the Annunciation, situated in there, was built in the 19th century. We're very near to the Chelles Gorge. 40 seconds now. The gap is definitely not getting increased in any way whatsoever.
It's all been... So what the F Education ED posted, well, it kind of totally ruined the chase of Decathlon.
Another big attack.
Another big attack, yeah.
Another move of Total Energy trying to get up the road.
No reaction.
54.1 kilometers to go till the intermediate sprint, the all-important green jersey sprint that Philipsen wants to get maximum points in and Pedersen wants to try and beat him at, or to make sure that all the points get taken. It's an important moment in this green jersey competition that we've had for nearly 3 weeks. Del Toro moving up. Ben Healy going clear now with Jorgensen. So Jorgensen trying to get in the mix. Mathis Lebert is the third rider in this group as they try to cross over the 49-second time gap. 1:12 to the peloton. Once Mathis Lebert goes off the front, let's take a look at this about the Bahrain food truck.
Hi, I'm Leo. I'm the chef of Team Bahrain Victorious.
Hi, my name is Karim and I'm the pastry chef. And this is our kitchen truck.
Everything is made in truck on Tour de France. In the morning, in the evening. Every day I make homemade everything. I speak directly with the nutritionist. He and me make the plan for the Tour de France, and then we follow day by day, and we just follow the strict plan. So my job basically on Tour de France is to follow their diet. I try to make the pesto as close as possible to original, but with much less fat. The riders for the night is going to have some homemade pesto for the carbs. The second part, they will have the fresh tuna with some teriyaki sauce and stir-fried vegetables. And for desserts, they will have the Basque cheesecake.
It is a challenge because there is no fat in desserts. Less than 8%. And you know that in desserts you have a cream, butter, oil, nuts, nothing.
But every piece needs to be on the gram.
Well, I'm using like Greek yogurt, 0% or skyr, 0% of fat, and it is a challenge. And my goal is to find a new way, to find the recipes, how to make things even better or a little bit different. But yes, we are a little bit limited because the kitchen is small, but anyway, we can make great things.
C'est incroyable, c'est mieux qu'à la maison, donc je suis content parce que ils font des belles dispositions en plus dans les assiettes. On se croirait au restaurant, on mange bien du début à la fin et chaque jour c'est différent.
Is different, and this makes things even more positive every day.
When you are here, the doors are closed, and you see and you hear this, then you know it's good. Oh yeah, this is the best sound in this kitchen.
77.9 kilometres to go. The breakaway group is now starting to increase its advantage to 1:19 on the peloton, with a group at 53 seconds. We're over the major climbs. That was a really interesting piece of the Bahrain Victorious food truck, showing you how the chefs make the food and try and keep as little fat in the food as possible. Also saying they're trying to reduce the sugar and fat in the desserts as well, so that everything is as nutritious as possible. But I think, Nico, what's really changed, looking at the food that they're eating here in the Tour, is that years ago you would just have white pasta, chicken, and that was about it. Now there's so much colour, the colours of a rainbow, pestos, tomatoes, peppers, we just saw seared tuna. It's really evolved and changed.
Yes, they really try and make sure that riders do not get too tired of just eating the same thing, just the repetitive flavor. It's already hard enough when you're every single day eating the same 2 or 3 flavors of gels and energy bars. So at least now with the meals, they're trying to make sure that the riders just don't have this extra fatigue of just having that plain rice, and having some kind of little bit of a pleasure in the evenings or in the mornings with their breakfasts, the recovery meals.
What are the recovery meals that they have straight after a stage on the bus?
It's a proper meal, so it could be just potatoes, ebli, bulgur, pasta, rice, whatever the source of carbs the chef has prepared.
And those are right on the bus. The minute they get back, they start eating, so recovery starts as soon as they can.
Yeah, home trainer first, or the rollers first.
Yeah, so home, back off the end of the stage, on the home trainer, into the bus.
Drink their cherry juice.
Yeah, and then start the food.
Mm.
And riders have a shower on the bus?
Yes, we have showers on the bus.
Okay.
Yeah. Showers, there's a mini kitchen.
These 3 riders trying to go across now. Jorgensen has got himself with Healy and Lebert. The bottle bike comes up alongside. Our leaders are working well now. They're starting to see a little bit more of the door opening for the breakaway to go away. Through this gorge area.
And after that, they'll have a little bit of a descent.
I always think when we get to this sort of region of France where you have these kind of roads in a gorge, yeah, and because the helicopter has to fly so high because it can't go down like we've had before, it just makes the riders look so small compared to the landscape that we're riding through. It's a very different feeling on a day like today. This is the front of the race. Oh, sorry, this is the group at Girmay at the back.
Yeah, they're trying to bring their sprinters as well. The other sprinters are in that group. Pavel Bittner and obviously Max Kanter from XDS Astana. Three minutes 30. It's going to be challenging for them to make it back. It's not impossible, but they're still drifting time.
Average speed now 45.2 kilometers an hour in the front group of riders. Just to remind you now, at 1:11, Per Strand Hagenes of Wiesmann Lease Bike, Jai Hindley, Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, Quinn Simmons, Lidl Trek, Alex Bourdain of EF Education Easy Post, Tish Benut of Decathlon CMA CGM, Matti Moric, Bahrain Victorious, 2 riders from Netcompany Ineos, Egan Bernal, Josh Tarling. We've got Jasper Stuyven of Soudal Quickstep, Mathieu van der Poel of Alpecin Premier Tech, Felix Engelhardt, Jaco Alula, Pablo Castrillo is there, and Aina Rubio, both of Movistar, Clement Brass Afonso and Guillaume Martin of Groupama FDJ United, and Rick Plumers of Tudor Pro Cycling. In the gap, We've got Jorgensen, Healy and Lebert. So if they catch, we'll have 19 leaders. In the final 75 kilometres of racing today, 700 metres of climbing. It's very different compared to the start of the race, where we cover 1,500 metres, almost, well, more than double of what the riders cover in the last 75 kilometres of today's stage.
Yeah, and the roads are, although there's a few drags, but it's just always kind of big road, very easy for a peloton to ride and to control. But 110, there's the app of the Tour de France.
Yeah, don't forget to download that if you're watching for the first time. I have it on my phone, and it means that you can follow the race. It's a great app. It gives you every single day where the race is going, what's happening, what the timetable is. So we see Ben Healy just trying to get a little gel on board, so it tells you about the towns that we are starting and finishing in. You can look ahead, see the stages coming up. So you've got Voiron tomorrow to Orsières-Malette, then Gap to Alpe d'Huez, then we go again to Alpe d'Huez from Bourg d'Oisans, and up to Paris on the final day for 132.5 kilometres as we go through Saint-Baron with a population of 1,720 people, past the church of Saint-Bénin, which was constructed in the 13th century originally in a flamboyant Gothic style. It's a really beautiful castle here, constructed in 1867 by Count Septime de Garnier de Garret, and through his marriage it passed to the Vaux-Saint-Cyr family. Built of guard stone and covered with slate. We might see it in a moment, the Saint-Baron Castle. It's a beautiful place.
1 minute, the gap with the peloton and the 19 leaders. Still 2 teams riding Decathlon. Well, actually just 3 riders.
Are you surprised Decathlon are doing this much work when they know Pedersen wants to win this stage?
Yeah, but they believe Koy is quicker.
Right.
Koy also wants to win this stage.
Yeah.
Tiesj Benoot said it.
So they'll just put their riders on the front, let Tiesj Benoot sit in the front and take it easy.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. And in the front is perfectly fine. They'll accept that. They won't like it, but they'll accept it.
Exactly.
Now the cars are making their way through to the front group. Haven't seen the cars, those riders, until now.
No, and actually it's when the gap has dropped inside a minute that they've gone through. It was over a minute for quite a long period of time. It's now 54 seconds and they're letting the cars go up to the front to have a chat to the riders. Girmay still not getting back. This is a long chase for Biniam Girmay and his NSN team.
He'll be chasing the whole day, I think.
Yeah.
Might be another 70 kilometers of chasing.
Doing everything they can to come back. The average speed is still nipping up. 45.8 now. It's just going to get quicker all the way to the line on today's stage. Here's the team radio. So Dan Uhler, quick chat with the sports director.
Yeah, I think this is probably when there was a bit of chaos earlier on when they were attacking. They needed to still commit again to the initial plan. Although the race at some point almost came to a stall when the gap went back up to over a minute. They brought it back down now, almost, was it 15 seconds in the last 7 or 8 kilometers?
Yeah, they're bringing this down extremely quickly. So Dan Uhler there, he's almost acting as the road captain because Tiesj Benoot is up the road. He's organising the chase behind.
Well, he's asking if he can go and ride, basically. I think he's there riding.
Yes.
I was just asking authorization, saying, okay, there was all this attack. If we want to stick to the plan, can I go and ride?
So Dan Hula on the front.
Actually, the gap between Girmay and that group is going down.
It is. It's come down really fast all of a sudden. Inside the final 70 kilometres of today's stage. No major news about any of the top competitors. They have been in the front group. There was a little moment where Tom Pidcock and Isaac Del Toro missed out on a split. But now everything is under control. Everybody's back together. It's more about where the sprinters are. Healy and Jorgensen and Lebert working well. As they almost now are at the head of the race. They can see the leading group. 9 seconds. But the peloton is only 40 seconds behind. So it could be that this furious chase with all this energy might come to nothing. That is a huge crowd standing in the road. Let's hope the peloton all get round there safely. Well, as the cars come up now to have a chat, we're going to have a quick look at an interview with Tim Wellens.
Today is a beautiful stage because it can go in any direction. The breakaway can go. Maybe some teams are strong enough to make it a sprint. So also for me will be a big surprise.
Is there any freedom for you and for your teammates today?
No, we focus on the last few hard stages left in the Tour, so especially Friday and Saturday. So hopefully today we will not spend too much energy.
But there is maybe also team classification in mind? Because Lidl Trek obviously will target a stage like today. They will try to put number at the front, so how do we see things?
Yeah, we're very close now to Team GC, I think half a minute behind, and of course we will try to not let Trek go in the breakaway.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you very much. All the best.
The smile on Tim Wellens says it all. He was expecting that question. And we have here something, what's happening there with Yates. Talking to the radio. But swung out, said everything is okay. Let's see if we have information later on. Not sure if maybe he just wants to just take it easier and be with that chasing group, but that chasing group's flying, so not sure what the plan is. Are they thinking about saving Yates for the next few days as the chase is on in this peloton? Not sure what's happening there to Yates. We'll try and get some information later on. Still, the two teams on the chase. And the gap is getting extremely close. So what's going to happen now? Are they just going to continue to ride? Are we going to see more attacks? 25 seconds. Because after the intermediate sprint, well, it's pretty much rolling down big roads. Very, very, very fast. Will be getting into a wall pretty quickly. But the last part of this stage, there's a 3-kilometer climb. Again, not too difficult, only about 4 to 5%. Wonder what's wrong with Yates. He's not pedaling at all. Back to the peloton. 25 seconds to this breakaway of 19 riders. Yates already down 1 minute 30. The Girmay group is absolutely flying, coming back to 2 minutes. This would change things a lot if they were able to group with the peloton. Once again, as Tim Wellens said, it's a real beautiful stage today. It's 50-50, although at the moment it's looking more like it could be a 70-30 with a bunch sprint, or we might see a late attack from some riders. Yes, I think they're looking like they're not working together in the front as good anymore, although as I say that, Mathieu van der Poel still pushing on. Healy made it back into the front group. Yeah, the gap now 20 seconds. They're way inside on this road. And it's starting to be hard. There's a rider from Decathlon, literally just swung out of line, drifting towards the back. He's done his job, trying to bring this gap back down from 1 minute to 20 seconds. And they did that in less than 10 kilometers. So let's see when they get back together, how is it gonna unfold? Our riders trying to go on the attack. Other team just gonna settle down, slow down maybe, and reorganize themselves. Sprinters teams kind of agree. And Yates again. Still not much information about Yates. Yeah, he's not really happy there. Oh, he's gonna pull over. Yeah, it's not happy, Yates, with the motorbike being around him.
That's a lot of a creation, isn't it?
It was funny, actually. This morning during the recon, we could only see the bottom part of it. And there's acceleration. Pedersen on the move.
Pedersen makes a big attack, launches the green jersey, starts to go. This is a big move now by Mads Pedersen. Now Alpes and Premier Tech need to worry. 23 seconds to the front. Big attack. He really wants to win this stage, and he needs to get rid of the other sprinters.
That's a big attack to try and bridge across. He knows some of the other sprinters teams have already committed to close this gap from 1 minute 10 all the way down to 18 seconds.
Pedersen's going to fly his way across now and see if he can disrupt this front group and take away another group of riders potentially. Because away he goes now. The caravan coming into the race finish. The Skoda floats are just going by. Perfect timing as I just see a green jersey on our screen and the green cars in the background greeting the fans here at the side of the road. 28 seconds. Look how quick Pedersen's getting across.
And there's more riders that are trying to get across now. Is that Philipsen?
And now everybody sits up in the peloton.
It's a bit of a...
Another counter-attack. Carrerau trying to get there now. More riders jumping on the wheels. It's non-stop action, isn't it? Everybody is trying to get up the road.
There's Yates in the back with the gruppetto.
Is Adam Yates okay? He doesn't look so good, does he?
No, he doesn't look good at all.
Adam Yates having a bad day. Pedersen now at the front with Quinn Simmons. He's already there. Starts to up the ante on everybody else. Quinn Simmons has been placed in that front group all day. Now the two of them start to push on.
And there's riders absolutely everywhere in that front peloton. Where is Olaf Koy? We've seen a couple of riders from Decathlon in the middle groups.
Now they're all freewheeling. But I've just seen another Decathlon rider go up the road.
Yeah.
It's one of those days, isn't it? Groups of riders just jumping off the front all over the place. We're going to end up with about 50 riders here at the head of this race.
We need to look at number 55, trying to find Olaf Koy. There's another Decathlon just sitting up, but that's not Olaf Koy.
I think that's Riccatello. And look how calm it is back here. Nothing happening, and it's a tiny group of riders.
Yeah, there's not many riders left.
Wow.
Between what's up the road.
The yellow jersey is there, Del Toro is there, Sexas is there, Gregoire is there, Valentin Barry Pant is there, Red Bull, I've got Remco Evenepoel, Ayuso is there, Skelmos is there. This is basically the group of favourites. This is the front of the race. Quinn Simmons looks over his shoulder. He can do a massive job here. Here comes another group of riders. Koy is coming across. Olav Koy is with Tish Benoot on the left-hand side, Nico.
Michael Matthews is also coming across.
Campenarts is there as well. Another group of riders behind. Let's see who is in here. And I wouldn't be surprised. Luke Plapp's in that group. Big attack now of Pedersen. He goes again after Quinn Simmons has set things up. They're using all the terrain to try and split this race to pieces. So Pedersen, Healy, Mathieu van der Poel riding across onto the wheel with Perstrand Hagenas and also with Guillaume Martin, I think. Yes, it is Guillaume Martin. Bernal jumps across. Another attack of Pedersen. Stuyven is hanging on at the back of the group. He's riding really well today.
Yeah, it's really a big effort there by Pedersen. Maybe spending a little bit too much energy.
He's not managing to split it.
And Quinn Simmons. Acceleration by Quinn Simmons. Straight away, the reaction from EF.
Pedersen can't do anything then. Quinn Simmons goes on the attack. Quinn Simmons is immense right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really the rider on form in the second and now the beginning of this third week.
Is that Bourdin on his wheel?
I think it is.
Bourdin on home roads wants the stage victory in this Tour de France. Coming across, Jorgensen is going to draw them all the way back, but Quinn Simmons wants to jump again. Mathis Lebert is the Total Energy rider on the front. We come out of Saint-Buel. 60 kilometers of racing now to go. Saint-Buel-La Roche. The church is a 19th century church there, population of 715 people. You've got half the peloton at the front of the race now.
Yeah, there's going to be a few riders left in between. I wonder if the two groups have merged now with Girmay with the yellow jersey group. No, not yet.
There's a group of Philipsen at 40 seconds. They're trying to come across. And then the Maillot-Jaune group is already 2 minutes behind. Here's the Philipsen group. They're trying to come across.
No, that's also the Girmay group. Is Philipsen in that group?
I'm just going to have a look. Our time check is saying that Philipsen is in the gap. Oh, this is the Girmay group coming back.
This is the gap.
To the front.
He's in between.
And he's in between the front of the race. Yep. So Girmay is coming back. So Girmay is going to come back into the front of the race now.
So let's see if they still commit to ride to go and catch the group of sprinters, because the group of sprinters is in the breakaway now.
Yes. This is the group of the yellow jersey with Pidcock, with Isaac Del Toro, with Remco Evenepoel. All the top contenders are here. They're at 2 minutes 34. We have a big group of riders at the front, around about 29 riders, being chased by a group of 15.
Give a smile there from Remco Evenepoel.
They're riding very easily. This is the group of Niels Pollitt, which is the group of G. West, Volgren, Philipsen, Mauro Schmidt, Ben O'Connor, Georg Zimmermann, Quinten Hermans. Here he is, 42 seconds off the lead as Pedersen goes on the attack yet again with Kwiatkowski, and Kwiatkowski looking interested. Ben Healy coming across with Felix Engelhardt, the German champion.
And Alpecin, he's even dropped from the gruppetto.
This is not good news. This is Adam Yates, this is not good news.
For me, I feel like I can say I'm a real pro when I've done the Tour de France. The Tour de France is the most popular race in the year also for the Germans. And yeah, especially now with Lipowitz, we're having a German rider who's up there in the GC. I hope some people are also looking at me. I hope I can show myself there as well. For sure, I have a family background. I mean, my father was a pro rider and my uncle as well. For me, Jan Ullrich is just my uncle and not Jan Ullrich who won the Tour. I mean, yeah, when I was a kid, it was just my normal uncle, and I didn't really care if he won the Tour or was Olympic champion. But in the end, I think I want to go my own path. But until now, it never came to the point that it bothered me.
An immediate attack comes from Steinhauser.
Yeah, I would say I'm quite aggressive and also a passionate rider. For this year, for sure, I think more about the stages. In the Giro, I won my stage in the last week, so I know that I'm capable to race the whole 3 weeks, and I think that's even an advantage, that as longer and harder the race gets, normally the stronger I get as well. Coming this year to Paris and being able to compete for the podium and finishing on the podium as well was something amazing, and was a big relief for me as well. Probably when I look back, it's going to be for sure one of the most important steps in a career, and my goal is to win a stage in every Grand Tour. A tough goal, but I think you have to set high goals to do it.
56.2 kilometres of racing to go. Welcome along. This race is absolutely full on right now. At the head of the race is Mads Pedersen, Jasper Stuyven, Mikael Kwiatkowski, Felix Engelhardt, also Ben Healy, and one rider on the back from Alpecin Premier Tech. It is Ed Plankert. Plankert knows this finish as well. He's finished high up with Jasper Philipsen on this finish line before. So Ed Plankert looking good. The chasers are at 17 seconds. The group of Jasper Philipsen is at 57 seconds. The group of the Maillot Jaune at 2:56. But the news of the day right now is that Adam Yates is almost at a standstill on this course right now. He's pouring water all over himself, trying to cool himself down. Nico, this is not good news for UAE team member at XRG if Adam Yates is sick.
No, it's been about close to 15 minutes now that we've seen him just literally drift from that first group in the middle, in the peloton, in the second peloton, and then now drifting back. We have no information. We did see the team car stop by his side earlier on, and then he just waved and drifted back. He wasn't happy with the motorbike around him, with the TV cameras on him. But yes, it's obviously not good news.
4:22 to Adam Yates already, and he's behind the group of the yellow jersey, which has merged with the group of Biniam Girmay. This is Aaron Gates, the New Zealander, who's trying to go across now. There are riders all over the place on this stage. It's chaotic, it's hard to control. That's how it was designed. It was designed, this stage, to cause chaos, because everybody knew the sprinters teams would want to control, and the teams of the likes of Mads Pedersen and other breakaway riders would want to absolutely demolish this stage. That's exactly what's happening. And on the roads to Voiron, we're seeing all sorts of little twists and turns in this Tour de France. 27.3 kilometres to go to the intermediate sprint. Only 54.5 kilometres of racing now remain on this stage. The peloton is formed up. This is Soren Varenskold. He's done. Soren Varenskold, stage winner. He's going backwards as well. A lot is happening. UAE just trying to steady the ship, calm things down.
They have a rider in the front, which is also good for their team, for the team classification. Traknik with the vest. We haven't seen the vest for a while. He's back with it.
Oh yes, I wonder what he was doing. I thought he put his bib shorts outside his jersey for a minute.
So the initial thing I saw was also the two straps.
Yes.
I was like, what is he doing? Traknik, come on.
But no, he's bringing bottles up to the team. There he is. It just looks odd from the front.
It does. Pedersen, Kwiatkowski, Ben Healy, Jasper Stuyven.
Felix Engelhardt, Ed Plankett.
And Plankert is not going to take one single turn because he is waiting for the group of Philipsen, who is a minute 30 behind. It's not going to be an easy one. But if Pedersen gets those 25 points at the intermediate sprint, well, it's job done for Pedersen.
It is, isn't it? That's the green jersey pretty much signed, sealed and delivered if he gets there.
It looks like the wind slightly changed compared to this morning. It's a bit more to the headwind. It was proper tailwind at this point.
A quick hello, Jodie Farrell. Thank you very much for your message today. Kat McQuiston, thank you very much for being in touch. Has been doing the fancy
Castrillo
game.
is struggling at the back now. He's looking for his car. Again with it. Yeah, he's looking for bottles. No more bottles.
Kat McQuiston's been doing the fancy game, doing better than ever because of our inspiration. Probably trying to beat us.
I have friends who are very proud to be beating me at this game.
Really? Group of the yellow jersey now at 3:57. This gap's just going out significantly.
And this is a third group on the road with Gates, Schmitz and Arts trying to make their way back into this Van der Poel group.
There's no real dangers up the road. The only danger for anyone is Jordan Jegat, but he's 22 minutes down on the general classification. But Jegat is 9th overall, but he would have to lose another 10 minutes to get anywhere near the next rider in front. So I'm not so sure that's going to happen. This chateau was an 11th century chateau. It was rebuilt from 1880 in its current style. Beautiful chateau. It was originally built in the year 1000 by Sebald de Clermont. It's the historic birthplace of the powerful de Clermont family of Valdaine. What have we got coming up in the next few kilometres then? Just some more of the same?
Yes, exactly the same. Big roads, rolling up, rolling down, through some small villages. Nothing too technical. There's a few changes of direction. But again, it's very, very straightforward, the final of the stage. After the intermediate sprint, it's going to be much bigger roads again. And some quite fast downhills coming into the outskirts of Varon. And again, at 5 kilometers to go, we're going to have this little ramp. Not looking good for Yates, but he's got time today. He's probably around 40 minutes, so he has time to make it to the finish. I don't think he's going to lose 40 minutes, but
no,
it's going to be tough. Jasper Stuyven flicks the elbow.
Just a bit of sickness, I would imagine. Who knows? 23.5 kilometers to go to this all-important intermediate sprint, perhaps the most important sprint that Pedersen's had this Tour de France. Well, somehow, even when he was being back in the next group on the road, he's somehow found himself to the front yet again. He's really some competitor. If he wants to get there, he gets there.
Yeah, I have to say, I think today he deserves the combativity prize.
Yeah, I agree.
Which you can actually do until kilometer 30 to go. We didn't see the QR code, but it's going to come quite shortly. Until 30k to go, you can vote for your favorite or most combative rider of the day.
So 6 leaders, a chasing group of 23, a chasing group of 3 that we're looking at here with Aaron Gate, Mauro Schmidt, Hubart, a chasing group of 12, which contains the likes of Michael Volgren, Jasper Philipsen, Ben O'Connor and others, and then the peloton is a little bit further behind.
Doing well, these three riders, to close the gap on the Mathieu van der Poel group.
They are, aren't they? Well, Mauro Schmidt, a stage winner. Aaron Gates, the New Zealander, who's very, very fast. There's your rider of the day QR code.
You can vote until 30 kilometers to go.
Who do you think is the most combative rider of stage 17?
Well, everyone can choose. There's been a lot of attacks. We've seen a lot of things happening today. I will go for Pedersen. I think they managed to literally reshape the race in their favor. With the help of the extreme help of Quinn Simmons, who did a fantastic job. So he'd be up there with my top 3 or 4 riders that I'd give the points. Van der Poel has been good. Jasper Stuyven has been good. Ben Healy also was capable of going from one group, jumping across to the other and putting himself in the position to be in the lead now at 48 kilometers to go. It's not an easy one today when you have such a stage with riders trying almost from kilometer 0 and they finally make it when the ultimate break goes 60k to the end.
Yes.
It's like you were 100 kilometers fighting to be in the breakaway multiple times and you're in it. I mean, chapeau. I do think Pedersen's probably the favorite to be in that position of the most combative. I think also from status, but who do you think?
I agree with you. It's either Pedersen or it's Healy. But I think it's Pedersen because he's done so much work and he's basically decided how the race is formed. He's the one who's jumped across. He's put everyone under pressure. Mikhail Kwiatkowski obviously heard you earlier on today. He must have heard your commentary in his ear.
Yeah, saying, Kwiato, come on, man. You're better than this. You're former world champion.
Yes, get up the road.
Get up the road. Tour de France stage winner. Beautiful stage win, actually.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, there's no bad stage wins, but he did it.
This was special.
It was special.
This is the Longpra Castle, built in the 14th century. Typical of an 18th century now, Dauphiné architecture and noble residence with all symmetrical classic style facades. They became prevalent after the wars of religion. Since 1536, the chateaus belonged to the Franclos family, and today Count and Countess Albert de Franclos manage the estate's hospitality and also the tours. Now it's all about whether Wiesma can bring this race back together and reset it. Another attack. Campenaerts is trying to hunt this one down. Jorgensen is on the wheel. There's a lot of riders hurting today.
Yeah, again, we're in the 3rd week of the Tour de France and riders go all in every single day. There's no holding back. And at some point, well, it's not easy to recover. We've been through extreme heats for the first 10 days. The mountains, the time trial. We've had record-breaking stages 2 or 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
It all has a price.
It does. You're absolutely right. We're going to go back in history to 1996 now, to Les Arcs, where we look at Heroes and Heartbreak of 1996, as we see the leading group of riders still ahead by 56 seconds. Let's go back now to 1996.
Stage 7 in 1996. French rider Stéphane Hulot is in yellow alongside 5-time reigning champion Miguel Indurain before a tough first mountain stage between Chambéry and Les Arcs. Among the GC contenders, Laurent Jalabert, 4th overall the previous year, was one of the day's big losers. He was dropped at the start of the Col de la Madeleine and finished almost 13 minutes down on the day's winner. Stéphane Hulot also appeared to be in trouble when the pace began to increase on the Cormet de Roseland. The race leader was struggling with his knee and couldn't go on. In tears, he was forced to step off the bike and abandon the race.
Let's do the work, eh?
The weather conditions made the stage even more treacherous. On the descent, Belgian rider Johan Bruneel had a spectacular crash into the ravine, but miraculously, no major damage done. On the final climb to Les Arcs, Luc Leblanc attacked and nobody was able to follow the Frenchman. Meanwhile, it was game over for Miguel Indurain. Invincible on the Tour over the previous 5 years, the Spaniard was finally dropped by his rivals. He lost more than 4 minutes and said goodbye to his crown, finishing his final Tour de France in 11th place overall. Leblanc, world champion in 1994, kept going until the summit. At 30 years of age, this was his second Tour stage win after he had conquered Hautacam 2 years earlier. The race lead going by just 1600ths of a second to Evgeny Berzin, the first and only Russian to wear the yellow jersey.
.9 kilometres ago, there's some images in that legend, wasn't there? For sure. I had an espresso with Evgeny Berzin about 3 months ago.
Really?
I did. It was a very unusual moment. I was thinking, I recognise him, and then I realised who it was. We ended up having an espresso next to the start of Milano San Remo. 43.5 kilometres to go. Things you do on the road. We're coming up to this intermediate sprint.
About a couple of weeks ago, I bumped into Pascal Richard.
Did you?
Yeah, who came to introduce himself. I said, I know who you are. And he was surprised and happy that I didn't know who he was. Comes up and says, hi, I'm Pascal. I race with your dad. I says, come on, I know who you are.
Yeah.
At a Cycle Sportif.
He was a great
we
rider,
went out for a
wasn't he?
pizza in the evening together.
Did you?
Yeah, it was very friendly. It was really nice.
Very nice.
In Italy, a little Gran Fondo and on the outskirts of Torino.
Oh, that's nice. There's a lot of, around the Tour de France, there's a lot of ex-pro riders around. The other morning when at breakfast, Sylvain Chavanel was sitting there, you're like, he's a legendary rider, isn't he?
Was it 18 Tour de France?
18 tours, yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, unfortunately, he had a really bad crash last year in one of the mountain bikes events. He had to get heliported back. I think it was down in Morocco.
Wow.
And he's just recovering back from his injury. He had to get all his knee reconstructed.
That's a bad crash. I saw him going out on his bike this morning.
Yeah, he was on the bike this morning. He did 60 K this morning. Yeah, we bumped onto the finish line. They were doing their little recon as well.
Coming up to this sprint then.
Yeah, so it looks like this group is, I won't say sitting up, but not really organized at this point.
Yeah, this is the group behind the leaders, which was the group of Van der Poel and others. But now there's not really any main kind of desire to go on. This is the front of it, as riders try and just get something going. Jaco Alula in particular they're not happy, are they? The tempers are getting a little bit frayed today at the head of this race.
Yeah, it's only normal.
The fact they've been so flat out as well in the heat.
Frustration, and it's like we work hard to be in the breakaway, and then suddenly you're a minute from the win and you start playing games. Well, I think the rider who's probably biting his tongue at the moment is Van der Poel for not being in that front group.
Yes.
I think at this moment he's like, didn't go right for me today. His Plankart's not it's not at me.
He put himself in the right place, didn't he?
He did a great effort to be in that position. Unfortunately, again, sometimes it's a split of a second. His teammate goes, he doesn't want to close the gap. And they might lose the opportunity to win on the stage today. Although it's still... Yeah, I don't think anyone from that group is going to come across to the lead group, to the Pedersen group, with 1 minute 15.
This looks like Aaron Gate trying to go away. It is. Checks over his shoulder. The New Zealander, fantastic track rider, Aaron Gate. Looking strong. Checks over his shoulder just to see whether there's a chance of him getting away now to ride across to the front. But the problem is, it's a long, long way to the front to do it on your own. But it's worth a go if you can get into pursuit mode. This is Adam Yates. How bad is it? That's the question.
He looks totally empty.
He's just rolling the gear.
Pity we had that horn so loud that we couldn't hear what they were talking about.
Yeah.
I was like, motorbike, tell him to stop.
He's not looking good at all for Adam Yates.
No, he looks totally empty. Haven't seen him throw up or anything, but he looks absolutely empty.
Aaron Gate, bronze medalist in the Olympic Games in the team pursuit. So he's 109 off the front. Go into team pursuit mode, pedal your way across. Omnium world champion, points race world champion. He's got so many medals on the track in the World Championships. What, 5 bronze medals, 4 silver medals, 2 gold medals in the Track World Championships. He's also Commonwealth champion on the road, Commonwealth champion 3 times on the track. The New Zealander is trying to produce something here. I'm sure all New Zealand fans right now will be getting behind Aaron Gate to see if he can get himself across. Can he pursue his way to this group of riders? Ed Plankert, Mads Pedersen, Mikael Kwiatkowski, Engelhardt, Ben Healy and Jasper Stuyven. This is the head of the race with only 40 kilometres now to go and 12.7 to go to the intermediate sprint.
Yeah, if they keep on riding like this, it's looking good. But let's see how the group now is with Coy and Philipsen, 1 minute 25. They really need to get organized though. There's a lot of horsepower in this front group.
Pedersen has got 417 points. He's got an advantage over Jasper Philipsen of 31 points. This could be the end for Philipsen as far as this is concerned.
This is one of the little lakes that I was telling you that we saw this morning. That was really beautiful. And then at the end of this lake, they're going to turn left. And then they have, it's a short one, it's about 2 kilometer drag. Quite exposed to the wind, then a long rolling down part. That's going to take them very quickly into the intermediate sprint.
This is the situation with the points. 417 to 386. 31 points between the two of them. Nico, remind us, 25 points at this sprint coming up?
Yes, 25 points, 20 for the second rider, 16. And the top 15 riders will score points.
So
but it drops very quickly.
That would mean then that Pedersen would be on 56, if he can do that. We've got an intermediate sprint tomorrow. I've got an intermediate sprint on Friday, another one on Saturday, another one on Sunday.
Yeah, and the intermediate sprints are, it's safe to say, not in reach for any of the sprinters.
On any of those stages?
No, it's a very long way. Tomorrow they will have to go, it's a first category climb, an 11 kilometer climb at the start. I can't see any of the sprinters being in that breakaway. I think today the stage was very well taught to have this kind of suspense and climax, and It happens to be one of the most exciting stages of the Tour in terms of racing. Not going to change anything on GC. I don't think Pogacar is not going to lose his jersey today. But in terms of racing, it creates an incredible day of racing. Just teams, tactics are in play, points for the green jersey are in play. Riders going for the stage win. Teams who haven't done anything trying to defend and save their Tour de France. And then yes, on Saturday's stage, there's no chance. The intermediate sprint is after the Col de la Croix de Fer, 24 kilometers at 5%. So I don't think Pedersen, Philipsen, or any of the sprinters are capable of getting any points on those days. So
which only leaves 25 points at the intermediate sprint on Sunday.
Yeah, and then 70 in the finish.
70. So it's still 95 points on offer. Academically, it's still possible, even after this, for Philipsen to win if Pedersen didn't score any points.
Any points.
But it's putting it pretty much out of reach.
Yeah, I think realistically, if Pedersen continues like this today, scores the points,
could win the stage.
Could be up there in the stage, will get points. It will be, I think, a set. But it's not over yet, and they don't want that.
No,
it's like it's a bit late for the sprints, but it might just happen. But Planckaert is quite used to doing lead-outs. So let's see if he can challenge Pedersen, because Pedersen is riding flat out to try and get to the sprint. Planckaert might be able to challenge him. I don't know if... I mean, Pedersen is Pedersen. It's going to be hard even if he's ridden all day to beat him in the sprint. But don't rule out that he might not get the full 25 points.
No.
I don't think any of the other riders... I mean, if there was Merlier here, I think maybe Jasper Stuyven might have gone for it, but he has no interest of going for the sprint. He's going to think about, how do I plan the finish? I know there's this climb coming up. It's a 2.5 kilometer, 2.8 kilometers at 4.5%. How do I manage this climb? Where do I attack? Where do I follow a move? Or should I keep it cool and play it really on the top of the climb, where it flattens out for a kilometer before making your way to the finish? Do I wait for the sprint? Against Pedersen, who's ridden all day, where you could see Jasper, once in a while he skips a turn. And here in the back, well, we have Tiesj Benoot, and then a lot of the teams who do not have riders in the front, but once again, the riders of EF and the riders of Lidl Trek in the front of the peloton, making sure that the chase is not smooth. They're not getting in the way, but they're just making sure that the riders just ride in the front and don't get too much help from other riders behind who are happy just sitting on the wheel.
There's so much going on today. Welcome along Lake Paladru. This was carved out during the Ice Age by the mighty Rhone Glacier, measuring 6 kilometres long and 1 kilometre wide. It's the 5th largest natural lake in France. Its waters reach a lovely temperature of 25 degrees in the height of summer. The average depth is around 30 metres. Stunning lake.
And just there where the light blue is, there was a mini port and a pretty campsite just in front. I was like, well, not that I'm a big fan of campsite. I know what you're going to say, but it looked pretty if you're in the campsite.
Yeah. You were thinking, if I ever was a fan of camping, I would go there. I'd love to see you camping.
I do camp. I have camped.
Have you?
Yeah. And last year with some friends.
Louis Vuitton tent?
No.
No, I can see actually. You do gravel now. You've got to be able to camp.
No, I haven't done the whole campsite thing at the gravel races. I still. Well, although saying that, no, I did this race in Scotland actually, where we slept in those. Well, it was a glam camp.
Yes,
some of those
glamping.
It was, but it was tents.
It was glamping.
I had a lodge, but it was tents, and it got so cold. Imagine Scotland in April. It got down to -5.
Freezing cold.
In the Kel de Force, is that correct?
Yeah, yeah. I come from Scotland. I know how cold it is in the winter.
And it was a sponsorship activation, and they wanted their athletes to stay on site because it was so deep into the natural reserve that there was more than an hour drive. But I slept with everything that I had on. and it still was cold. Thankfully, the start was at 6 in the morning, so we were up at 4 anyway, so I didn't get
bet you felt amazing, though. When you sleep at that sort of temperature and you wake up, you feel amazing.
It's cryotherapy for 6 hours.
Exactly. No inflammation left. 7.2 kilometres to go. 34.3 kilometres of racing to the end of today's stage. We're heading to Voiron. We started in Chambéry today. Our leading group of riders is flat out as they head towards this sprint. Pedersen knows he needs to get there, get maximum points. This rider on the back, Jasper Stuyven, is just interested in the stage. The average speed of the riders is 46 kilometres an hour now. So it's just speeding up all of the time. Stuyven is missing turns. Every now and then it just doesn't go through.
Yeah, just, well, having an energy bar now, please. I'm going through nutrition. Plancard's not taking it. It's like, no, my friend.
You can't discount Jasper Stuyven from winning this stage. You can't win Milano-San Remo and finish on the podium of Paris-Roubaix if you are not a rider of real class. There's a possibility of him winning here for Soudal Quick-Step.
Yeah, and they also know that Pedersen's first finish line is coming up in 6 kilometers.
Yeah.
So it's worth also taking the bet and just look at the speed. Everyone's just happy on the wheel, making themselves small. It's not much freewheeling. It's always intention, taking big turns, Pedersen. He needs those 25 points.
This is terrible news here for UAE. This is Adam Yates, the story of the day. This rider is in all sorts of difficulties.
Oh, Johansen's been distanced as well.
Yeah.
But there are still riders at the back. We didn't get much information.
At least he's got someone to ride with. Can he go to the finish? He's 13 minutes down.
Yeah, I think it'll be around 35 to 40 minutes today. The gaps are a little bit shorter normally on these intermediate stages. But once again, if the speed is over 44 kilometers per hour, I don't know what the replay is here. Just giving each other ice.
Remco Evenepoel helping out UAE.
Cataneo did a great TT yesterday, the best ride of his career, he said so far. And did you hear there was another rider who was knocked down by a car yesterday?
Yes. Sandro Marisa.
Marisa, yeah.
That's not good news that two riders got hit by cars, and one of them was definitely a road rage.
Yeah, well, Maurice was, because the car overtook and slammed the brakes.
Exactly the same as Brandon McNulty.
And apparently, from the article I read, well, both gentlemen were having a laugh afterwards.
That's not good at all.
No. And that happened after the race, when they were going back to, or the bus.
Chateau de Verreau. Beautiful chateau we are going past now on our way down to Voiron. This is built in the 11th century by Lord Wilfrid de Verreau. The courtyard and its cannons were gifted by Louis XIII in 1622. The Dutch painter Johan Barthold Jonkind painted numerous landscapes of the valley here.
Wow, it's beautiful. Oh, and it looks like Neil Pollis came back to...
Has he come back to help him, or has he come back because he's suffering as well?
No, he's come back to help him.
Team radio.
For Adam. Team will wait for Adam. Waiting for Adam. Felix, too, you stay with today and especially with Isaac, okay?
So they were obviously just trying to nurse him to the finish line and see if they could get him there and look after him tonight.
Yeah, I think it's also just to make sure that he's not going to pull out. You send him a rider just to keep him a bit of morale, that he's not left behind, that the team wants him and needs him, showing a bit of support.
Good move by the sports directors.
100%. On a stage like today, nothing's going to happen to today, I hope. I mean, nothing tactically. He's perfectly safe. He's got Brendan McNulty with him. They did mention Del Toro, and it seems like he was struggling at the start, Del Toro. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's something with Del Toro too. And they want to make sure there's no splits or anything going wrong.
Possibly just some sickness or just the
no
fatigue.
Idea.
No, we don't know. I mean, Adam Yates, you very rarely see Adam Yates.
And in that state with the pain face on, he looks to be suffering. But yeah, no, we'd rather not speculate until we have some information.
And also, he's not crashed. We haven't seen him crash.
No, he hasn't crashed. He was in the bunch and literally just swung off.
Right, let's get ready for this very important green jersey sprint. We're 1,600 metres from the most important sprint so far in the green jersey in this Tour de France. 25 points on offer. Mads Pedersen is in the green jersey in the leading group of 6 riders. He's been the main animator of this group going away, and now he needs to secure the maximum points. His biggest problem is Ed Planker, who's the rider in the blue on the back of the group, who wants to make sure that Pedersen does not secure 25 points. And as you can see, he's moving up on the wheel. Planker is Jasper Philipsen's lead-out man before Mathieu van der Poel, and sometimes he is his lead-out man. So he's going to mess around here and try and make sure Pedersen does not score 25 points.
Yeah, and Pedersen going in the front already at 800 meters. So the problem is now is if they are slowing, the gap is only 1 minute. So the riders are okay letting Pedersen go for the sprints and letting him lead out. But you also have to think that you've got the rest of the peloton charging at 1 minute behind. 500 meters now.
Pedersen knows what the game is. Plankert is ready. Plankert wants to keep the hope alive of the green jersey of Jasper Philipsen, and right now he's about to play the big team job. Can Pedersen win this? Can Plankert secure 25? Will someone else get involved? Pedersen opens up the sprint. Plankert gets ready on the wheel of Pedersen. Can he go past? Pedersen going all out now for the 25 points to secure the green jersey for a few days and maybe overall.
Yeah, he wasn't challenged. You could just see the power from Pedersen. Plankart just symbolically took second place, but now he's going to ride. Now it's a different game.
That's a massive moment in the green jersey of 2026. Pedersen now opens up his gap to 56 points, unless Philipsen can score some points here.
Yes, of course. He still has a few points, not many though. But look who's going on the left.
And Lidl Trek are going to try and ensure that Philipsen doesn't score as many as he could. Here goes Philipsen on the outside. He's way too fast. Jasper Philipsen all out. So Philipsen is going to secure 9 points. 9 points to Philipsen. So the gap is still 47.
Yeah, it's incredible the difference when you see the sprinters go. Because, I mean, it's quite fast, Quinn Simmons, when he does his lead out, but just when Philipsen decides to accelerate, the first 3 or 4 seconds are incredible.
So 47 points still, Nico. We reckon it's going to come down to Sunday now. There's 25
attack
on the intermediate sprint and 70 at the finish.
Jasper Stuyven attacks.
Still win today. Let's see what happens now. Big move. Stuyven starts his attack. 26 kilometers of racing to go, and Stuyven has gone absolutely flat out. Jasper Stuyven now goes solo to try and win the stage.
It's a long way out from that group, but it's a good move.
Checks over his shoulder. There's no one there.
No,
they all
no
look
reaction.
At each other. Pedersen doesn't want to move yet. And Kwiatkowski doesn't, neither does Plankert, Felix Engelhardt, Ben Healy. And
there we go. No, yes.
No one goes. Stuyven continues. Jasper Stuyven trying to go clear to win this 17th stage.
And now it's pretty fast and flat roads for now, even slightly downhill later on. There is one kicker about 15 kilometers to go, but only about 1.5 kilometers. All this road now is mainly flat.
Into time trial mode, Jasper Stuyven, winner Omloop Het Nieuwsblad, winner Milano-San Remo, second in the Paris-Roubaix, never won a stage of a Grand Tour.
Ben Healy's on the chase.
Healy goes now into time trial mode.
Oof, that was close with the motorbike.
That was way too close. Some of the riders have been saying that. The motorbike's going past far too quick when they swing across the road. Kwiatkowski looking to close the gap now on Ben Healy. Group of the yellow jersey at 5.5 minutes. Pedersen in green has done a massive amount of work. He needs everybody to work with him. But Stuyven is just starting to build his lead. They all freewheel.
Yeah, and it looks like the peloton obviously is going to catch them now quite shortly. Still a minute.
Well, they're all looking at each other. If they want to win this stage, they need to start to move. But they have been working so hard from the start of this stage. Everybody's a bit tired.
Yeah, it's going to be a big effort there, 25 kilometer solo. But very brave. You realize the gap was quite stable between these riders. Planckaert paying the game that Philipsen's going to come back. Pedersen, he wanted the points for the intermediate sprint. Now he's going to try and recover for the second part, maybe even get points in the finish. He needs to be at the finish as well.
Jasper Stuyven in full flight now, pours the water over his head, tries to get as low as he possibly can. This is a massive opportunity for this rider from Soudal Quick-Step. Can he give them another stage win? Tim Merlier has gone home, but Stuyven has taken over. He's in control of stage 17 of the Tour. They're all freewheeling, looking at each other.
Yeah, now they're gonna ride a bit, but again, it's most likely like this. This breakaway's been 45 seconds now with the Kooi and Philipsen group. Now they started to take a little bit more momentum. Jasper Stuyven, but it's a big gamble. But if you start doing the maths, it's not a bad gamble, because if you don't want to be arriving with Pedersen into the sprints in the finish today, you know you've lost. If the break is cut, well, you've also lost. So it's often you see when there's a KOM or when there's an intermediate sprint, it's a good moment to surprise and go at that point. Fortunately for Jasper Stuyven, it's 25k to go, but it's the only gamble, it's the only card. If you want to go for the win, that's the only way he could do it, I think.
You have to take the risk, don't you?
Yeah.
You have to throw everything at it, be prepared to lose in order to win the biggest stage of your life.
Yeah, exactly, and I think Jasper's had massive results. He's been 3rd, 4th, 5th on stages. He's won Milan-San Remo. He's one of the strong riders of the peloton. To be 2nd or 3rd today, I think he would be really bitter. But going all in and being caught and finishing maybe 20th, with the dream of maybe going for the win, I think that's what he's trying to do now. He hasn't won a stage of the Tour de France yet.
No.
And he wants it. He's won in the Vuelta, but hasn't won in the Tour de France.
Oh yeah, he's won in the Vuelta. Sorry, I paid him a disservice. I said he hadn't won in a Grand Tour, but he has won in the Vuelta. He's finished 2nd on a stage of the Giro d'Italia, and he's finished also 2nd on a stage of the Tour de France. He's been very, very close.
And 2 years ago, when Turgis won that stage, he was caught within the last kilometer. After, again, quite a similar attack. I think it wasn't as far as 25. It was maybe around 15 kilometers when he went after the last, I won't say Strade Bianche, but gravel path.
Yes. But he likes to go on the attack to win a stage. We think about him winning Milano-San Remo. It was a last-ditch attack.
It was when the favourites at the bottom of the descent, they looked at each other for one split of a second, and then next thing, he rocketed past him.
Caleb Ewan finished 2nd that day. Wout van Aert, Peter Sagan, Mathieu van der Poel were all the riders behind him on that occasion. Michael Matthews. So he outwitted them on that day. They were literally on his wheel as he went across the line. Jasper Stuyven is solo with 25 seconds of an advantage. He's not growing it massively, but he's got daylight. And as we look back, he's got enough of a gap. Nico, on the run-in, are the roads straight, long like this, which doesn't help a breakaway?
No, it doesn't. It's not. It doesn't favour. And this is the part where there's a bit of side wind. Yeah, it doesn't exactly. He's trying to go close there to barrier side. He's on a mission. He hasn't opened a gap, but still around a minute 10 with the Koi group. The gap is opening with these chasers, but it's more about the peloton that I'm worried about. It'd be good if you got an extra few seconds.
Well, I know Jasper likes a nice glass of wine, so let's quickly do what he might have for dinner if he wins this stage. 20k to go, Stuyven solo, 29 seconds, his advantage. The story of the day, Adam Yates is in trouble at the back.
So, we are in the Dauphiné region. We'd have, again, for loads of carbs, sorry for the fats, but a gratin dauphinois, and that's the region's signature dish. Thinly sliced potatoes or solely baked, with milk, cream, garlic, salt, and peppers. And the original recipe actually does not contain cheese. I was told there was cheese in the gratin dauphinois. The raviole du Dauphiné, which is what we had last night. Tiny, delicate pasta filled with fresh cheese, comté parsley, and herbs.
It did look nice what you had last night.
The Saint-Marcellin cheese, a soft, creamy cow's milk cheese originally from the Isère and Drône region, is delicious, just spread over bread.
Sounds good.
And we are in a region famous for its walnuts. So, Le Noix de Grenoble, the most famous walnuts of France, used in salads, cakes, breads, and even to make walnut oil.
Well, we had walnuts on our salad last night.
And then we are close to the Massif de la Chartreuse. So, obviously, we have the Chartreuse liquor produced by the Carthusian monks near Grenobles, using a secret blend of over 130 herbs. Le Tourton de l'Oisan, a small fried pastry from the Oisan mountain, traditionally filled with potato cheese and sweet fillings. I don't know what sweet fillings are, though. What do you put in that?
I don't know.
Doesn't specify.
Chocolate. Jasper Stuyven likes some chocolate, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He has his own
chocolate shop
that he has with his uncle down in Louvain, in Belgium. And then the sweet treats, the desserts are the gâteau noix, which is the walnut cake.
We had that at lunchtime, didn't we?
Yes, we did. It was tasty.
Very good.
And le ravier de Morestel, which is a chocolate praline pastry.
That sounds good. We can have that for dinner.
True. So that's about it for this region.
Thank you, Nico. Well, Jasper, I'm sure, would like most of that. This is Tim Wellens looking after Adam Yates. Yates now looks a little bit more content after he's got a teammate, but he's still in pain. You can see it on his face. The grimace. This is not a good day for Adam Yates and for UAE Team Emirates XRG as they try to nurse him home. Can they get him to the finish safely and then see what is going on? Something has happened to Adam Yates during today's stage. If you've just joined us now, this is the race situation. Jasper Stuyven is the solo leader from a group containing Mads Pedersen, Ben Healy, Kwiatkowski, Plankett and Engelhardt. Behind them, a big group of riders, 39 riders, which is led by the team of Visma Leasebike, and then the group of the Maillot Jaune at 6 minutes and 12. Big attack, right-hand side. Ben Healy decides to go to see whether he can close the gap now on Jasper Stuyven.
Yeah, this part here is really fast. It's about a good 2.5 kilometers downhill on this dual carriageway. And on the other part of it, you have a little kicker. It's about 1.5 kilometers on the same dual carriageway.
They look around, they check for Mads Pedersen. This is the intermediate sprint. Pedersen won the 25 points ahead of Plankett and Healy. Stuyven was in 5th place. After that, he went on the attack. Philipsen took 9 points. There's the rundown of all the riders who took points in today's intermediate sprint. And look at the group of riders behind. This is Stuyven. Uphill drag now. 44 seconds for the Soudal Quick-Step rider at the head of the race. Are there many drags like this on the run-in?
Yes. This is the harder one. And then I will go down again, and then the final climb.
Jasper Stuyven has thrown everything at this to try and win the stage.
And this is exactly the main issue now, is you have a whole bunch of teams who are suddenly interested. Not just the team of Alpecin, the Koenig, and Decathlon. Whoa, Shimano car, watch out.
Well, they've just caught then the chasers, and it's Jayco Alula, Astana, Decathlon, Alpecin Premier Tech.
Yeah.
Well,
we have Michael Matthews there on the wheel of Quinn Simmons, also someone who's interested in today's stage. Pedersen obviously is going to try now and recover as much as possible. Philipsen is there. Olaf Koy is there.
if they bring this back together and Philipsen wins the stage and Pedersen is suffering, there's 70 points at the finish.
50.
50 points at the finish. That nullifies the whole thing nearly. It's another big moment now for Jasper Philipsen.
Yeah,
because Pedersen's been working so hard today. Another important moment. So it could be that Jasper Stuyven's bid for glory could be sniffed out by the likes of Mathieu van der Poel and the other sprinters who want to win this stage now. Yates is now at nearly 18 minutes. There's Pedersen. This must be hurting now. He's been all out all day today. Over 4 climbs, then a massive chase, then a big attack. Pedersen has been all out. And still today, the peloton's just in one long line.
Yeah, and riders are suffering.
What a stage this has been.
Yes.
Kwiatkowski at the back of the group. So the situation evolves. Jasper Stuyven is the solo leader, 37 seconds on a chasing group of 44. In that group of 44, you've got Pedersen, you've got Quinn Simmons, you've got Michael Volgren, Tish Benoot, you've also got Matti Moric, you've got Egan Bernal, Kwiatkowski, Tarling, Philipsen is a big sprinter in there, Michael Matthews is in there with Mauro Schmidt. Also in the group of riders, we've got the likes of Jörg Zimmermann, also Hubarts, who's been sprinting superbly. It's right on a knife edge for Jasper Stuyven.
Yeah, he's going to have to be extremely strong on that last 3-kilometer climb. That's where he's going to be able to make the difference or not with the riders from the peloton who are chasing. 12 kilometers to go.
He's super strong on the flat, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really strong on the flat. And all the drags as well, so tailwind seems to be at the moment on this part of the course.
Just trying to get as much speed as he possibly can on the sections where he can just have a little micro rest, give the legs a little bit of time to recover before he has to go all out. The salt all over his shorts there from a big day in the saddle.
Yeah, he really needs to try and optimize everything. He's got a fast bike, everything is pretty solid there.
Now he gets back into it, starts to put the gears on to see if he can get a little bit more speed. Let's bear in mind, he's one of Tim Merlier's key lead-out men, so he knows how to use power. He will be a rider right now who will be just dreaming of a stage victory and just putting everything out there. Can he empty the tanks and win this one? 34 seconds. So, Nico, the wind is helping him right now. They're doing nearly 90k an hour.
Yeah, it's helping everyone, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I wonder why Visma are riding.
I've been wondering that all day. Because they're not going to win this sprint.
I don't think so.
Unless they believe they can break it up on the final climb. Maybe Perstrand Hagenes as their rider.
Yeah, but not against
Phillips
Coy.
and Coy, and also in there Michael Matthews. There's the makeup of the chasing group. 32 seconds. We're inside the final 10K.
We'll see a late attack from Tadej Pogačar and go and win the stage. I don't think he's interested.
Here's Adam Yates with Tim Wellens, with Anders Johannesson at 17 minutes 42. This is not great news for Pogačar going into the mountains when one of his key riders is looking like this. You very rarely see any show on Adam Yates's face. It's just a complete poker face. Today is pain.
Alpecin Permitech really committing now. 3 riders from them. Jasper Stuyven, this is a bit of a flatter part as we make our way, but again, just these long boulevards, all in sight of the peloton.
He's doing everything he can. As you said, he'd rather try and fail than not try at all. Stuyven, all out. Can he win the stage? Is it possible? He's in the biggest gear he can find right now. There's nothing else left. He just has to literally spin it.
He's going to turn quite soon now into a smaller road onto the left. There it is.
Pedals his way through there. Now he gets a little bit of an advantage that the riders won't quite see him. Still long straights though. Oops. And riders are peeling off, having done their work. It's the cyclocross rider Emil Vestringer. He's done everything he can do to help Alpecin Premier Tech today. 28 seconds, 8 kilometers. The front of the group of riders, Alpecin Premier Tech. Yellow jersey, not worried, 7 minutes down. No one will trouble him today.
And again, now Groupama are riding flat out.
And again, we wonder why.
Is Russo in this group?
Yes, he is actually. So that's why. They believe Clement Russo can win today's stage. Here's the team radio.
Come on, Aaron. The win is still on the table here. We can still get the win, mate. We can still get the win. Come on, mate.
I wouldn't discount Aaron Gate, actually. If he attacked on that final climb, he's a very strong rider. He might not be the fastest sprinter, but it depends how it plays out. But there's so many riders in here who believe the same. There's 43 of them.
I think Michael Matthews is really committing to it. He's got his team in the front as well, 2 riders.
Yep, Engelhardt is there, 24 seconds. Lidl Trek with Pedersen, Matthews.
I think they would be happy with Jasper Stuyven taking the points. I think.
Yeah.
Because then the points drop per rider, which means that Philipsen would be taking less points, or he would be losing less points to Philipsen if things went wrong in the sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So this is why I think they're not committing. They're just getting around the riders.
They're happy just to sit.
Yeah. They're riding well.
And they're saying to Engelhardt, close the gap.
I think he's smart riding there. That for him it's actually better if the rider arrives alone. Less points available.
6K to go, 22 seconds now. Nico, what's coming up?
He's kind of shortly turned left, and he's going to make his way toward the final climb. The final climb is 2.5 kilometers at 5%. 21 seconds is very, very, very tight. There's a climb. Oh, sorry. 1 kilometer is a climb. He's going to get to the next roundabout and then start going up. It's not impossible. 21 seconds.
We go all the way back. The gap isn't that big, is it?
No, and we've seen how quickly the peloton closes in the last few kilometers when all the team starts to get ready for their lead outs, and they start getting rid of those kind of more tempo long turns. Again, that's the second rider there from Alpecin swinging off. This also makes a big difference. A lot of these riders can afford going all in and swinging off because they have another rider to close the gap. 5.6 kilometers, 20 seconds to the main group.
There's the peloton in the background for Stuyven. He doesn't want to look around now.
And that's it. You could just see the small rise now. We're getting closer to the climb. We're on the bottom of it. The top at 3 kilometers to go.
Can Stuyven bring this home? It's starting to look a little bit shaky. Philipsen there, number 105. Can he, if they catch him, can he win the stage and then make sure he closes the gap on Pedersen? It's 47 points after Pedersen took the points at the intermediate sprint. The gap is 209 meters between Stuyven and the group behind. Peeling off, Ben O'Connor, cramping up. Job done for Jaco Alula to try and give Michael Matthews today's stage. What a finish of what an incredible day. The average speed is now 47 kilometers an hour on this stage. They went over 4 climbs at the start, and since then they've just lifted the pace up and up and up. Lidl Trek, now they decide they want to ride.
Oh, yeah, they want to go for it, try and get Philipsen out.
So they settle in. Quinn Simmons is going to be the next rider, and they're going to destroy this lead fast.
I think Pedersen's making the right move here.
Quinn Simmons, Pedersen's actually... Oh,
there's the attack, Castrillo.
Big move, Castrillo left-hand side. Mauro Schmidt is there. Nico Dens stamping in his familiar style in about 4th wheel. Picnic Post NL have got one rider in here, and I think it is Robbie Dont, yet again, who's been there all day today. We'll have a look and see if it is him. It is Robbie Dont. He's had a good race. He's been constantly in the moves today. Maybe a little bit heat to the head here because he's jumping away. There's Stuyven, 10 seconds to the peloton. 4K to go. You cannot fault him. He's given it a massive go.
Yeah, it's coming back extremely quick. The riders are not really working together. They're still trying, but you see the teams are committing to go for it.
22 kilometers Jasper Stuyven has been in the lead today.
Jaco Alula well organized at the front of this group. 9 seconds. He's got a kilometer to hold it. Then it flattens out. He's giving it everything. You could just see the body gesture. Normally he doesn't move at all. He's all locked in on the bike. There's another attack by PostNL.
A big acceleration, but Lidl Trek don't want him caught. They're quite happy. And here's a counter-attack.
Castrillo
trying to come across now to Stuyven. Stuyven's about to get some company, and it might be the entire group of riders. Yeah. Stuyven, what a performance. 22 kilometers solo to try and win the stage, but Castrillo's about to catch him. The first rider to reach him is Castrillo. Behind him is Tarling, I think, who's just coming across on the wheel. He's caught. Well done, Jasper Stuyven. Disappointment with 3.7K to go. Stuyven comes to a standstill. 22K, it wasn't to be.
And he's probably thinking, what on earth are you doing, Movistar?
Perstrand Hagenes, he goes. Josh Tarling is near the front. Hagenes goes. Is that Ben Healy or Carapaz? It's Ben Healy still there in the wheels. They're still got loads of riders, or is it Michael Volgren who's just jumped onto the wheel there?
Big attack there by the rider from Visma. Mathieu van der Poel is thinking for an opportunity. There he is in the front.
Derek G. West, is that Volgren? I think it is Volgren. Big counter-attack from Mathieu van der Poel. Look at van der Poel as he comes
and he's going to go
across.
Straight. Oh, he's not. I thought he was going to maybe just attack. He looks behind. The gap is done. 3 kilometers to go. It flattens out now.
Quinn Simmons. Big attack of the American. Quinn Simmons goes on the left-hand side. Simmons goes clear. On his wheel is Perstrand Hagenes. Then it's Mathieu van der Poel. Only 2.8 kilometers of racing to go. They look around at each other, and Josh Tarling rides his way back to the front.
Philipsen is still in the group, hasn't been distanced. He's on the bottom of the screen, but he's in there in the mix all together. It's a war of nerves now. No riders are going to take the front. Yes, Derek G is going to the front. Other attack by Movistar.
This is the climb on the right-hand side. Movistar have got a number of different riders in here.
I think 2.
They've got Rubio, they've got Garcia Pena, and they've got Castrillo. There's Garcia Pena in second wheel, and then it's Castrillo. Right-hand side, Quinn Simmons. Olav Koy moves up. Jai Hindley is there for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, and Nico Dens is there as well. Nico, what's coming up?
So we're about to get closer to the finish. There's a little descent coming up. Then we get into the city centre of St. Moritz, preparing for attack on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Then prepare to manage a couple of turns in the city centre of Voiron, and the final straight of about 400 metres.
Look at Tish Benoot. He moves Olav Koy into the perfect position. Koy looking for his second stage win. Big move on the right-hand side as Hubbard comes forward for the team of Lotto Intermarché. Can Hubbard win the stage? Oh, there's a big bounce around there as Philipsen moves up on the left-hand side. 1,400 metres to go. Well, we're going to have a sprint of some of the key sprinters in this Tour de France. They take the left-hand turn. It's Lotto Intermarché with Hubbard locked in on the wheel. But Jasper Philipsen is on the wheel of Mathieu van der Poel. 1,300 metres to go.
Yeah, and Pedersen is elbowing Olav Koy to be for the batting for the wheel. Acceleration.
Josh Tarling goes early. 1 kilometre to go for Josh Tarling as he leans it over into that right-hander. Safely through there, I think. Let's just take a look. Yes, he's still on the front. Tarling of Net Company Ineos trying to out-time trial everybody. It's chaos behind. Riders trying to come across. Michael Matthews is there. Lewis Askey, I think it is, of NSN, who is in the wheels. Askey is there, but Van der Poel brings Philipsen back in on the left-hand turn now. 680 metres of racing to go. Matthews is in a perfect position. Olav Koy is behind Jasper Philipsen as they try to put themselves into position. Rick Plumbers is up there for Tudor Pro Cycling, and Pedersen is there as well. Big right-hander, Mauro Schmidt. Josh Tarling on the front. They're flat out now, going for the line. 300 metres to go. Lewis Askey up against Jasper Philipsen. Mathieu van der Poel unleashes. Look at the lead out of Mathieu van der Poel. Philipsen now strikes. Is he going to finally get the stage win he's been looking for? Philipsen, pure power. Philipsen wins an incredible stage.
Well, he's got the stage, and once again, we're talking about his tour. He says it's going to happen at some point. Well, it's happened today. Brilliant teamwork all day long. They were always on the back foot, but they always had a rider where they could count on, and they managed to put it all back together. They used the panic of some other teams, but what a brilliant lead out in the finish. Perfect timing, and finally, Philipsen gets his win.
How much pressure has this rider been under in the last 3 weeks? Jasper Philipsen finally gets the win he's been looking for. Mathieu van der Poel with a stunning lead out.
It was a very long sprint, quite not usual to the sprints they have normally, where they didn't have the lead outs from the bottom. It was more riders attacking and committing to it. Brilliant work to come back into that position at that 700 meters to go.
Nico, talk us through it. What a finish.
What a finish. And again, the battle there for the right-hand turn. Tarling is in front, Moorschmidt is in the middle. And this is the moment where it all happens. They see the opening onto the middle of the road. Mathieu van der Poel goes really far out. Philipsen glued to the wheel. Pedersen can't get onto the wheel. Olav Koy on the barrier side. Doesn't squeeze through there, Pedersen. That is 2 bike lengths.
Oh. How much did he want that? 3 bike lengths?
It was actually Mauro Schmidt still managed to be up there in the front, to be into his 2nd position or 3rd position.
Yeah. Askey, Olav Koy, and there's a lot of places between Philipsen and Pedersen. It's not over until Paris. He just unleashed, didn't he?
He's so much explosive power when he sprints. You could just see it earlier on in the intermediate sprint. When he goes for it, his top speed and explosivity is really remarkable.
Jasper Philipsen finally wins here at the Tour de France after nearly 3 weeks of trying. An incredible finish.
And he gave it absolutely everything.
Well, the team gave him some pressure earlier on in the race. He finally delivers. It just looks like relief on their faces. Here comes the yellow jersey. Riding their way in now. No trouble today for Tadej Pogačar. A steady day with his team around him, but the problem they've got is Adam Yates. What has happened to him? Let's take a look at the result of stage 17. Jasper Philipsen wins ahead of Mauro Schmidt. Olav Koy in third place with Lewis Askey, Plymouth, Russo, Arts. Behind them, Mads Pedersen in 8th place, then Michael Matthews, then Aaron Gate. So Jasper Philipsen, 7 places between him and Pedersen. This green jersey has not been decided today. What a sprint by Mauro Schmidt.
Yeah, he was, because he went also from the bottom right, so about 500-meter sprint for him. Well, little track, good and not so good. A little bit greedy, I think, there, Pedersen.
Yeah. That lead out from Mathieu van der Poel was something else today.
Yeah, proper textbook. Didn't panic, stayed around with him. And really committed to Philipsen, because I'm pretty sure if he wanted to go for the stage, he could have attacked on top of the climb when he picked up the group. That went 3K to go. He came with so much speed.
Fantastic finish by Jasper Philipsen as he takes another stage in a Tour de France. It's like his 11th stage win. We're still waiting for the yellow jersey to come in. Here's Pedersen. A massive day for him. But this is how it looks now. It's definitely not over.
No.
Philipsen has now closed the gap with that sprint to 7 points. That's incredible. Tactically, the right thing to do to go for the intermediate, but at the finish, Philipsen puts 8 places between you and Pedersen, then you've basically got it to the smallest gap it's been since we started.
It was risky. When I saw Derek G go flat out at the bottom, and I know it's only 1 pull, but it creates some momentum when the team of Alpecin Permatech had stopped riding. They had no riders left. I think at this point, Jasper Stuyven was going to be caught anyway.
Yes.
We were going for a bunch sprint. But as I don't know. I think he realized that, and that's why he talked straight away into the radio and told Derek G not to do it.
Calmed them all down, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I think he realized that as well. And I'm really curious to see what they say in the team car. Do the sports director actually did the same maths I did and saying, okay, it's actually better if we don't get Philipsen in the position to win? Or they don't even think about that?
Well,
because maybe it's maths that they don't do. They just say, Mads, you're the strongest. Go, 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 guys. You're the best. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
It's a whole different mood than saying, actually, guys, if a breakaway goes, it's good for us. Let them arrive.
Yeah.
Let's not compete for the sprint. Let Visma attack 1K to go and not chase it. Don't close the gap on Tarling. All this information, have they thought about wanting to compete against Philipsen in the last race?
Because basically all that work done to the intermediate sprint has been undone by Philipsen getting himself back to the front because he wasn't at the front.
And he fought so well. You could just see him drift on the climb. The last 8 minutes of racing from Philipsen were incredible.
Yeah.
Because the pace was high on the climb.
Yeah.
And for him to be able to hang in there, he drifted. Van der Poel, perfect. Bridges across to the front of the race. Slows everybody down. Goes and looks for Philipsen. Brings him back up to the front. Lead him out. Philipsen wins. It's like, chapeau, guys.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. But it also means that all of those hours of racing, of Pedersen jumping away, going across, taking the intermediate sprint, has actually been for nothing. Because in effect, well, Philipsen now is the closest he's ever been. And 7 points is nothing.
No.
We were talking the other day that potentially you could get to, if he just chipped away every day, he'd get to 6 points away by Sunday night. And then something would have to happen. But it's happened earlier.
On a day where Pedersen was convinced he was going to drop Philipsen and win here.
Yeah. Yellow jersey crosses the line. 8 minutes and 40 odd seconds down. He's not worried at all. All he'd be worried about is how Adam Yates is. And here is Adam Yates.
10 kilometers. It's going to take him about 15 minutes. I think he should arrive around 25 minutes. It's tight though. He's only got is it 30 minutes? About 30 minutes, so he's got 5 minutes to spare. He's just gonna have to not take it too easy on that final climb.
So when they crossed the line, he was 19 minutes behind. I'm wondering if Del Toro is okay.
Well, the radio message suggested that there's something with him, if they're asking to look after Del Toro.
Yeah. Look at Mathieu van der Poel's lead out. By the time he left Philipsen on his own, he had 2 bike lengths, and then he opened it up to another bike length on top of that. Look at the gap. Nearly 4 bike lengths. I think we're treated to quite a special bike race today.
Absolument parfaite par Mathieu van der Poel, et c'est vrai que ses adversaires ont vu se rasseoir, un track dans le sprint de Jean Poulet, celle de Max Pedersen, celle de Olaf Koy, qui a été contraint donc de se rasseoir et donc de subir le sprint.
Here's Valentin Paripant, the king of the mountains. Safely across the line. It is difficult for him to win that though. Here's the general classification. Nothing changes. Everybody stays at the same time. Let's hear now from Jasper Philipsen.
Jasper Philipsen, we're more used to seeing you win in a big bunch sprint. Does this victory make it even sweeter?
Yeah, definitely. After such a roller coaster of emotions in this Tour de France, had to wait until stage 17, and I was, I prepared very, very well. I was in the shape of my life, I think, and the first stages, the first 12 days were just horrible, and I couldn't find myself. Couldn't find the feeling I was hoping for, and after 17 stages to take the victory, it's really one for the team that keep on believing in me. I just want to thank everybody. I was like an angry bird at the table. Just disappointed in myself, angry that I couldn't take a stage win, that I didn't find my feeling. And the team, they had to deal with it, not only the riders, the staff. It's just, this one is for them to keep on believing and just fighting back until stage 17.
It's for them, it's for you as well. What an effort! What an effort today. You went really deep to be with the Pedersen group and to battle it out for the win.
Yeah, of course, this victory really cost me a few years of my life. I think I was fighting somewhere in the middle between groups. Thought the stage was lost. But the team kept on believing. We tried to make a plan. And in the end, they were super strong, the guys. And they really delivered me at the finish line.
You had doubts during this Tour de France?
Of
Big
course.
Doubts?
Just doubting myself. I did everything I could before this Tour de France. We did an amazing preparation with the team, and I was just not myself. Was it because of the heat? It was really horrible. Was it something else? I don't know. But it was just the fact I was not on my level that I was hoping for. And mentally, it was a really tough roller coaster. All the shit you get, deleting my Instagram and whatever. Just trying to be with my team members in our own bubble, and just working towards the next goals. It's always a roller coaster of emotions, like I said, in the Tour de France in July.
The bonus added to this victory is that you remain in contention for the green jersey. That's good news.
Yeah, of course. With this win, I also take a lot of points with Mats. He really tried hard today, took points in the intermediate. The next stages are very, very tough. But we'll keep on fighting until Paris. It's already Sunday, the end of the Tour de France. But we just enjoy this victory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A tired and quite emotional way, I think, Jasper Philipsen. He's taken a lot of flack in the last 3 weeks. He really has.
Yes, he has. I mean, strong personality to be able to deal with that. But that's again, it's when you're so, I want to say, famous and good. When you're doing well, everyone gives you a tap in the back, and then when you're not doing well, it's very easy to criticize and to expect more and to pull you down. But the best way to respond is to do what he's done.
Yeah.
And in a very nice way, saying thank you to everyone who supported him, because I think it's always important that, again, he said his teammates, his staff are not giving up on him when he's gone through the emotions.
Well, the team owners put some pressure on in some interviews.
But saying that, they also said they were still going to back him.
Yes. Yeah.
They said they were very disappointed. They said he was on his best level. Things are not going right, but they're still going to back him, and that's what they did today.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And we saw moments where you could see the frustration around the team bus with Jasper, but at the end of the day, he's a class act, and you don't win the green jersey in the Tour, you don't win 11 stages in the Tour if you're not a class bike rider. He has ridden superbly. Here comes that run in again. Olav Koy was up there towards the front.
And Moer Schmidt turns right into the corner. big effort. But Schmidt did really well because he waits for the others to go into the right when he goes.
Let's hear now from Olav Koy.
Take us through this day. That was craziness from the gun, and you managed to be in a good move. Tell us a bit your day.
Yeah, we knew it would be difficult to manage a stage like today, and yeah, we were quite close over the last climb, and yeah, we were not sure what the situation really was, but we were quite close, so we decided to pull, and yeah, at a certain point I could jump across.
And tell us about that sprint. I think everybody was a bit dead in that sprint. How was it? How was the run down to it, and how did you manage your own effort?
Yeah, I think yeah, it came down to the legs in the end. In the third week after a stage like this, yeah, it's quite honest. I think Philips was the one with the most power in the legs today.
There's no doubt about that. Look at the gap. Some riders up there, though, who've had their best result. Louis Aski of NSN in 4th place. Clement Rousseau in 6th place. Good results.
Yeah, very good. So Rousseau has been 3 times 8, down to 6.
It's a very relaxed or relieved Christophe Rudoft. It's been 17 stages of stress. That wasn't very nice of him, was it? Jasper Philipsen wins today's stage, and now his Tour de France is a good one. As you said a few hours ago, things can change in one stage.
One finish line.
Your friend Jasper Stuyven, you think that he will be content with today, knowing he gave everything?
No regrets.
Yeah, he went all in.
Did a very good ride. Hope he's proud of. He will be disappointed, but I hope he's happy and he understands that that's what he had to do.
I think your little pep talk this morning must have helped.
It was. See, messages count. Support counts.
We're going to hear from Jasper Stuyven as we watch Adam Yates crawling his way to the finish line.
You try, you've been in the lead, and but behind they were too strong and too many teams wanted to win with some teammates.
Yes, I think I did everything I could. But yeah, like you said, there was a good organization from, I think, mostly Alpecin behind. And I think with winning, they also showed that they did the right tactics today.
No regrets?
No regrets.
Merci beaucoup, Jasper. Sorry for that.
No regrets. That's what we wanted to hear. He's ridden superbly today. But look at the story of the day. The green jersey is wide open. 7 points now between these two riders with not much to play for. It could come down to the intermediate sprint in Paris or the finish line.
Or both.
Or both. It's going to be incredible. Tarling did everything he could to try and break away, but Mathieu van der Poel and his team were just too strong for Philipsen today.
Mauro Schmidt did a
really
good
sprint. Yeah. He beat Pedersen. Mauro Schmidt finishes second. He beats Olav Koy. He beats Mads Pedersen. Some tired legs on Pedersen there. a good day to bring Tadej Pogačar across the line again. Now they just need to make sure Adam Yates gets home. Massive crowd here in Voiron. So it's a two-rider race. Girmay is now out of the green jersey. He's always been hovering around, but he's not going to win it. It comes down to those two riders. Philipsen getting ready for the podium presentation. Tadej Pogačar. Pedersen now has some thinking to do over the next few days. The gap for the entire race has been 30, 40 points. He's never really been under pressure. Now he's under big pressure. Jasper Philipsen wins stage 17 of the Tour into Voiron. A flat-out day, which ultimately ended in a bunch sprint. And Philipsen now will be a relieved sprinter. The doubts can flow away now. He's a Tour de France stage winner again.
Qui félicite le champion. Ah, il est évidemment heureux. Voilà, il cache un peu son bonheur, mais en tout cas, il attendait cette victoire d'étape avec impatience sur ce Tour de France 2026. Jasper, bravo. Voilà, Jasper Philipsen, 11e victoire sur les routes du Tour de France pour le sprinter, le sculptural sprinter belge. Jasper Philipsen.
His maximum speed in the last 500 meters, 58.1 kilometers an hour. Here comes Adam Yates. He's going to be well inside. But the drawn and pained face of Adam Yates as Tim Wellens brings him to the finish line.
But also notice that there's no Broomwagen behind him. So there are riders who, I mean, Baptiste Berstoffer, he's still a long way behind, I think.
Yes.
No Broomwagen. So
Adam Yates finishes 26 minutes 35 seconds down after a horrible day on the bike.
It looks like Johansson didn't have a much better day either.
No. I bet he can't wait to get off.
Get away from the cameras.
Tadej Pogačar is ready fast tonight and ready for the podium presentation. stages remain. Tadej Pogačar is the leader of the Tour. 4 minutes and 32 seconds ahead of Remco Evenepoel. Tadej Pogačar yet again on the podium as the leader of this Tour as we go into the high mountains tomorrow. Maximum speed today, 83.4 kilometers an hour. And here's the broom wagon.
Oh, well, it's not Baptiste Westroffer, it's a rider from Movistar.
So I think Westroffer must have sneaked in without us looking.
Well, good for him. 143.
Coming into the line then, the final rider, 28 minutes, 29 seconds down. Jefferson Cepeda. Mads Pedersen, a fantastic performance to the intermediate sprint by him today to take the points. But tonight he's got a problem on his hands in the shape of Jasper Philipsen. Average speed in the last kilometre, 48.6 kilometres an hour. Here's the classification, the points classification. Pedersen leads, Philipsen in second place at 7 points. King of the Mountains retained by Tadej Pogačar.
Le meilleur grimpeur de ce Tour de France, c'est évidemment Tadej Pogačar qui conserve son maillot à pois.
As always, he won't wear that tomorrow. It will be worn by Valentin Paripant. A very quick podium for Tadej Pogačar. Average speed on the Col de Preux, which is the hardest climber today, 23.1 kilometers an hour. Here's the classification. He still has a big lead. A lot of points on offer tomorrow, but the problem is tomorrow's stage ends with a first category climb again. So whilst someone might pick up a lot of points during the day, if Tadej won the stage, he'd be back on top again.
Yeah, still 10 points on the final climb.
Ready for the white jersey. Izzat Del Toro is the best young rider of the race. A A great reception for Isaac Del Toro, the leader of the Best Young Rider classification.
En présence de Franck Nardi, opticien Chris à Voiron, et de Stéphane Valentin, l'adjoint au maire de Voiron, chargé des sports. Et bien voilà, merci et bravo à Isaac Del Toro. Allez, le public de Voiron et de l'Isère. On lève les bras, on ovationne Isaac Del Toro. Bravo, voilà le Mexique sur la plus haute marche du podium, avec une belle bagarre également pour...
Isaac Del Toro. When the winner crossed the line, he was 5.5 kilometers behind in the group with Tadej Pogacar.
De ce classement général. Il nous reste donc, après nos amis de Chris pour le maillot blanc, eh bien, accueillir le combatif du jour. On l'a déjà vu sur le podium il y a de cela quelques minutes.
Still 20 seconds between Del Toro and Paul Sextus.
Mais il va quitter ce qu'on lui a remis pour son maillot vert tout à l'heure, donc le bouquet et le trophée pour un autre trophée, celui des agences immobilières Century 21 pour le prix de la combativité. Et c'est dans quelques instants pour l'information. Voilà, c'est le cas, mesdames, messieurs, remise du prix de la combativité parrainé par Century 21.
The most aggressive rider of the day, the most combative rider was Mads Pedersen, no doubt about that. Maybe if you were allowed to vote until 10k to go, Jasper Stuyven may well have got that prize.
Yeah, most likely, but it's still 30, and at that point, well, it was Pedersen.
I think that fan's quite happy. 64 kilometers, an average speed of 44.9 when he was racing across to get to the front. A reminder of the most combative riders. Pedersen becomes the second Danish rider. And the presentation for the mayor now.
Le président du conseil départemental de l'Isère. Monsieur Barbier, vous pouvez rejoindre le collègue sur la plus haute marche. Ça se partage une plus haute marche quand on est effectivement un département et une ville d'arrivée d'étape sous les yeux de Christian Prudhomme, qui a le regard évidemment et le sourire d'un directeur du Tour de France heureux. Voilà, donc applaudissements nourris pour monsieur le maire et pour le président du département. On ne va pas vous laisser partir comme ça, messieurs, vous allez nous dire un petit mot de clôture. Monsieur le maire, Voiron n'avait pas accueilli le Tour de France depuis de très nombreuses années. On était peut-être même pas nés, sans doute d'ailleurs. Voilà, un petit mot de pré-clôture.
A great day here. Here's a reminder of the jerseys. Winner of the stage, Philipsen, the most combative, Pedersen. Those two are now head-to-head in the green jersey. Let's hear now from Tadej Pogacar.
As much as possible.
Tadej Pogacar, first of all, a word on the beginning of the stage. Crazy, I suppose you were not expecting that. It was pure instinct.
Oh, I was expecting that it's gonna be hard, and yeah, that will be fight until yeah, after the climb. So yeah, I was kind of expecting this, but yeah, was a hard day.
And you saw that Isaac wasn't with you. That's why you decided to stop your efforts.
No, I mean, anyway, I think nobody would really would commit there. It was yeah, like splitting on the downhill, and then we come to the bottom, and that's where the breakaway could form. Is just normal. It's nothing to write for anybody there.
How are you? How are you dealing with the fatigue? We saw that Adam today was dropped at the back, seemed sick.
Yeah, Adam was sick yesterday. Felt like sick in the morning and throughout the day. So he suffered like a dog yesterday, and today in the morning he looked much better. He was eating good and all, but when you have like bad day like him yesterday, then you pay with the day later. So I hope that he didn't go too deep into the hole, and that he will be better tomorrow. Thank you.
Pogačar reflecting on today, quite matter of fact about what happened out there on the road, as he always is when he gets towards this stage in the Tour de France. His assessment is relatively simple about today's stage. Totally expected, and now he goes into the mountains tomorrow. Remco Evenepoel at 4:32, Del Toro at 6:51. It'll be interesting to see what this classification looks like tomorrow night. The side of Adam Yates, who was sick yesterday. Team radio.
Bravo, Adam.
The question now is, can Adam Yates recover for a massive day tomorrow and then 2 days to Alpe d'Huez? The empty figure of Adam Yates as he rides away. We're going to get ready to head to Orsières-Malette. That's where tomorrow's race finishes, to the ski station. But it's a big day for Jasper Philipsen as he wins another stage of the Tour. Look out over the hillsides. Tomorrow we're going to be in the big mountains. We've got a big day of climbing ahead. Let's take a look at the team classification. Lidl Trek now 18 minutes and 10 seconds ahead of UAE. So they've opened up the gap significantly. It was seconds yesterday. And this is what Lidl would like to win, and UAE really want to win it. Now, it might change over the coming days in the mountains, but let's see how it goes. Here's a reminder of the winners of the stages. The last 3 wins, all Belgian. Let's take a look at tomorrow's stage. Stage 18, take us from here, where we finished, to Orsières-Malette. It is a day of 185.2 kilometres, taking the riders into the mountains. 2 first category climbs, 1 second, 2/3. The final first category climb comes to the ski station at Orsières-Malette and takes the riders to 1,825 metres. There's nearly 4,000 metres of climbing on tomorrow's stage. Well, today we knew we'd have a battle on the roads to the race finish. It was a real battle where Pedersen tried to outshine everybody to take the maximum points for the green jersey. But as we raced into the conclusion of today's stage, it was all about Alpecin Premier Tech, as Jasper Philipsen now wins the stage he's been searching for and closes the gap to Pedersen to 7 points in the green jersey. Pogačar stays in yellow. Tomorrow he needs to fight to Orsières-Malette. We'll see you tomorrow. From Nicholas Roach and me, Anthony McCrossan. Bye for now.